Tech Pro. I'm happy today. Hell yeah. Glad you're happy. So I'm gonna turn it down. Oh, whoops. Oops. You can tell this is really planned out very well. Ah, what a day, what a day, what a day. Alright, turn it down. Alright, there we go. We'll see about that. Anyway, alright. I'm here. What up, people? There we go. Mic check. Woo. Well, I don't know if you could hear that on stream. That was nuts. Anyway, anyone's here. What up? What up? What up? David's coming back in a second. It should be kind of a short episode. I say that all the time. It never is, but I have a feeling it's gonna be a short episode. The gods have it in us today. Oh, there he is, that sick little boy.
Alright, we ready to roll?
I saw your ass caught in 4K.
Hell yeah.
Still sick?
No, just allergies.
Oof.
Where I work now, they're out in the fucking boonies, so,
They're already out in the boonies, too.
well, I mean, these are the real fucking boonies in Maine.
Good lord. Alright. Anyone that's on here. It's a very impromptu podcast. Probably be a short one, too, which is nice. I mean, I just said I always say that, but I have a feeling this is going to be a nice and quick and dirty episode. What are you looking for?
Two of the games that I got. I thought I brought them over here, but alas,
Rip.
I do not see them. Oh, no, I lied. They're right over, hiding over here.
Hell yeah.
There we go.
Alright, let's just do this.
It's morphing time.
Let me go pull up that news.
Them nudes? Them live nudes?
Live news, we're coming up on it. 7 episodes, so someone starts OnlyFans. That's what everyone says.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be our Patreon. Subscribe to us on OnlyFans.
That's right.
Okay. Welcome to the Brewery Podcast, episode number 193.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
Adrian.
Almost the big 200.
Almost the big 200. David's here. Gore's not here. We didn't record yesterday like we're supposed to, but I started one day of work and everyone's like everything's on fire, so it's gonna be one of those seasons. So don't be surprised if podcasting is a little erratic the next like 4 after we get done with May, dude. Everything just that's my NBA jam. Someone's talking. Dude, after we get done with May, everything is like fucking cherry. Like, I can actually have time to do shit. It's gonna feel good.
I mean, I'm back to a job where I'm on call 24/7 for server administration, so... I mean,
If only
I
you
didn't
got
even get
fired
home
after I
until-
graduated, dude. We would have had podcasts whenever.
True.
Najee Tech Pro says my birthday's coming up on February 2nd. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Gore's not here. Again, it's impromptu. We kind of had an idea yesterday, or not yesterday. Well, yesterday we had an idea to
It's
record.
yesterday in the sense that for like Chris and I, it was the morning, but for you, it was yesterday.
Yeah, because blink before you know it, and everything's due, and then had one of those nice work meetings afterwards, which is like half an hour meeting. Went about 30 minutes overtime, and it added so much fucking work on everything. So that was wonderful. Um, I got exams in a couple months. I got one exam I'm supposed to do probably. I haven't scheduled it yet. I should do it next week. Uh, I had talks with my students. I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna be fucking busy, and you guys gotta work with me.
You guys
So
fucking teach yourselves. I'm done.
yeah, I was like, you're gonna work with me, and I'm probably gonna teach you guys next year. So deal with me and make me feel like a human, and I promise I'll pay you back next semester. So, um, but yeah, it's gonna be a hectic time until at least March. After March is gonna clear up a little bit. Um, but yeah. Uh, and then you're a working boy now.
Yeah, I am back into the IT world as well. So I am a sysadmin once more.
How's that
Working at
been?
it's been great, honestly. The interview for the job was the most hilarious fucking thing in the world because they didn't even ask me anything other than, "Oh God, why do you want this junior of a position?" And I convinced them that no, I'm here for the long term. Don't worry about it. And legitimately, I actually am. Everything I've been learning about the company since this first week, I'm really intrigued. The company does neurosurgery development work, so goes for a good cause. I like my coworkers, and
Which you didn't like before, huh?
no, I mean I still don't like going into an office. I kind of hate it, but especially where it's a fucking long drive. But
How long?
it's about right now during winter. It's about a 45 minute to an hour drive.
And
Early.
what time do you go in?
I am out the door. I gotta try to be out the door by 7. But as lately I've been out the door by like 7:20 ish.
Gotta get there at 8.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's one of those fun things. But
That
no, honestly, I've been liking it. It's been interesting as well because myself and my boss have vastly different knowledge skill sets. There's some overlap, but in a lot of things, I know more than him, and in a lot of things, especially on the networking side, he knows a lot more than me. So he was expecting my first week to be very quiet, just kind of learning the ropes. But because of the background I come from, I was already able to fix one of our Active Directory issues. I was already able to go
you'll
ahead
probably get a
and
raise not too long then.
no, it's not going to be too long. It's one of those things that was one of the things we discussed is they need to basically just let me prove myself for a bit, and then they'll work on getting me to the title and the pay that I need. And honestly, one of the other reasons why I'm not worried is it technically doesn't kick in until you've been there for a year. But once you've been there for a year, the company's privately owned and they do profit sharing.
Yeah. You're
Uh,
telling me about that.
yeah, I was talking to some of the folks there. It's not uncommon for people to get a bonus of around 26,000 a year from the profit sharing.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong. It feels like it's more of a stable than where you were before. I mean, obviously it is, but like it feels even compared to the places you were prior, it's more like
Oh
this
yeah,
is gonna
even
be here.
compared to prior. Yeah, no, the average tenure of people is 20 years.
You're stuck there. That's it.
Yeah. So play my
Well,
cards right. Just
let's
keep
see.
doing the good work I'm doing, and I probably will end up being there until I retire, or until I find something that interests me far more.
Let me check something really quick.
Hell yeah! Speaking really quickly.
Chat. I gotta tell David something really quick. I gotta mute it though real quick. Hold on.
All right.
All right, sorry, we can't dox ourselves.
Talking about our fat hogs that are on the internet. If you find it, you'll be able to figure out where we are.
Look at that face. It's a goddamn face right there.
He's so grumpy.
Yeah, so that's good you're back working. I'm sure it's drastically different, but probably needed too, I feel like.
I feel like I'm definitely more productive when I have something to do throughout the day because I definitely did not accomplish nowhere near as much as I wanted to do with the time off that I had from not being employed.
You
and I've already accomplished more in just this week of various side projects than I have without being employed.
yeah, unless you go like hard with all that stuff, like it's easy to lose energy when you're not doing anything, but when you keep it up, you're a bit more productive.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna be the other fun thing is I'm gonna be working on getting more certs again here soon now because the company pays for up to $1,000 a year in certs. So, gonna be buying a lot of certs. Gonna be doing a lot of studying. That's gonna be a fun nightmare. The first
Welcome
cert
back to
going
school.
for alone is like not school proper,
But you're
it's
studying.
basically just a lot of self study, and then you pay a few $100 for depending which cert it is to go for the exam, and you get one attempt at it, and if you fail, then you got to pay a few $100 more for the next attempt.
Yep, that's what I've been doing. Here's the fun part. We they required 5 different exams. And I got bombarded saying you need to do these now, otherwise you do not keep your job. So I did, I think 4 of them, and then literally a week later, 3 were not required anymore. So that was $450 for nothing. And then I
That's so
failed
dumb.
one exam by a good chunk of points, and then that's a few $100. And then I did an exam. The one I have to do now, I was trying to do like 2 or 3 months ago, and then it started glitching halfway through, and I was like, well, I don't feel comfortable, so I just need to retake this sometime. So they gave me a voucher. I gotta retake it. I'm like, I don't want to fucking do this, but I need to. This is the last one. I don't want to do it.
You know,
I'm
I
fucking
would
over it.
I would rather fail an exam by quite a bit than lose it by just
Yeah.
a few points.
I
'Cause then it's like motherfucker.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
I
that's how I
more
feel.
pissed at
So
that.
I'm like, all right, cool. That means I just need to study in general. But I'm like, I don't want to. So I'm thinking about just doing that soon. All right, you sick little bitch. What'd you get this week?
Hell yeah. Well, in the last 2 weeks actually.
Yeah, there you go.
So picked up a couple things to have complete in box again for dirt cheap. Managed to snag this for like $2. Battlefield 3 on PC. So have that complete in box again.
Hell yeah.
Got this for like $1.50 as well. Joint Operations Typhoon Rising on PC. This was a premium edition, premium edition game that I pre-ordered as soon as the pre-orders were available for this, and it finally fucking came in. A surprising game that I never thought I would enjoy. Right on your parade. I'm excited to have that.
Yeah, I tried playing. It wasn't really my cup of tea, but it was cute.
You know, I stuck with it and I finished it on Game Pass, and honestly, it was just a good, fun, little relaxing before bed kind of game. I
Sure.
enjoyed it far more than I thought I would have.
Sure.
And then for the last of the games, and I got one other thing to show off here. I grabbed this because there's a lot of talks of the print run being shrunk on this. So this could very well be a game that becomes very rare and hard to find quickly. But the Chaos Head double pack, specifically the Steelbook version, which they give you a double-sided thing for it, and it has the regular case and the Steelbook, which I don't get why it's not just the Steelbook. It feels like a waste to have all that extra shit. There's only one game cartridge.
There has to be something up with the way they produce that, because so many games just rather give you like a $5 steelbook for free, which it feels like it takes enough manufacturing to cut into it, rather than like putting a disc in there. I feel like there's a whole manufacturing issue with,
Possibly.
which is why they're only exclusive to the collector editions.
That's fair. I will say though, the quality of the steelbook. This is a nice fucking.
No, now
steelbook.
there you go. Okay, let's say the quality when they have the fucking name on the side. I hate when they don't have
Yes.
the name on the side. So it's fucking stupid.
And that is it for my games. I have one other thing to show off here. Now, one of the beautiful things about being in IT again is whenever we retire hardware, I get to go ahead and claim dibs on things. And I got a new computer.
Hell yeah. Oh, is that that big boy?
Oh, this is a beautiful Dell PowerEdge 2020.
Now why?
This is a computer from 1997, complete with magnetic tape drive and floppy drive. This is my beautiful new computer.
Are you gonna actually do something with it?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna run. It was one of our old server 2003 boxes. I'm probably gonna just get Windows 98 running on it and use it for a lot of the older Windows games that are hard to get running in DOSBox.
That's fair.
So yeah, I have a beautiful new retro machine that I'm all excited about. And that back there is the monitor for it.
Yeah, I saw that thing.
Yeah.
Cygnus says the benefit of scheduling in referring to you going to work all early.
Yeah, I will say there's one thing. It's harder for me to want to pay attention to a Google Calendar when it's just for my own personal uses. I pay attention to a calendar a lot more when it's actually like in Outlook for work.
Sure.
Oh, and I did get a couple digital things here. Yeah, fuck it. Who cares? All right, what'd you get?
I just got some stuff on the Steam sale, I think.
Yeah,
Not really anything worth, I mean, just basic games. I'm not going to go through it. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking there was,
I got rid of a lot of games too, actually. Well, I'm in the process of getting rid of a lot.
Cygnus says, awesome has some Disney workstation surplus that they use to use those Felix arcade cabinets.
That's pretty fucking sweet.
That's cool. Speaking of cabinets, I was like, this. I think it's still available too. I'm this fucking close. I need a knot. One of my big. Here's something I guess I could mention is I'm trying to catch up on funds now that I'm like near graduation. I need to pay down my grad payments.
Yep.
So I'm trying my hardest to stick with this. Unless I see something like astronomical, like a price error or something, I'm gonna stick with this. I'm giving myself only $100 of funny money every month, and I can stack it. So if it's like, don't say anything this month, I could save the 50 or whatever that next month, whatever. So I'm going through and just like sticking with that like hardcore, just so like by the end of the year I'm like, cool, go into next year, clean as fuck, got pay bonus and all that. No, all these payments are paid down. So I'm hoping.
I mean, at that point, it's still $1.25 on games. That's still nothing to sneeze at.
That's for
That's
everything.
like 5 PlayStation games right there.
That's for like everything though. So like, if I see like anything I want, like board game wise or like anything just like stupid or dumb or something, it's all I get. I'm we'll see if it lasts. It lasts. So far I've saw like it, this. I got paid and the Steam sale was still on. I'm like, there's a lot of stuff I want, but no. Cygnus says a bunch of HP XW8400.
D400.
Yeah. But I say that because it tested my limits. It still is right now. Or on Craigslist, there is a arcade 1-up Pac-Man for $200. They're $450 usually. And it's in good condition. And
I mean, $450 is way too much. For
it is,
Pac-Man,
but Pac-Man is it's just a nice arcade to have. Like literally, that's like the popular one. I could put that one in my living room, and it's like everyone's gonna love it. So I'm like this close, and I gotta just not. So I'm holding back on it, especially because it's used. It looks new.
Most I would do for Pac-Man is like 100. Straight up.
No, I would do I would do 200, but it has to be. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think Arcade 1-up put up a bunch of their Arcade Pro lineup, which is way too fucking expensive. But because they're so expensive, I imagine they're gonna drop in price. But they had a really nice Ms. Pac-Man one. I'd pay it. I think the arcade cabinet design itself is kind of the cool part of it too. Um, so I would put like 300 tops, like nothing past that. I don't care if it's 330. It's 300 tops. And the reason I'm not is because if it was in the box, I would have got it. I probably would have impulse bought it. It's not, and I hate the idea of traveling and carrying the arcade part because you have. Whenever I move, these things you have to like plastic wrap the shit out of whenever you're like.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to lugging that thing down my fucking narrow staircase whenever that happens.
Yeah, because you're not taking it apart.
Yeah.
Speaking of, actually, my NBA Jam second player joystick does not register right,
Oh shit.
which is annoying. That's the one I got off Craigslist, but it was I got it for $250, so like I don't mind shelling out like a $25 replacement joystick on eBay. It's like whatever. I'm still way ahead on that.
I mean,
But
although you now have an excuse of if you're gonna replace the one joystick, why not replace everything in there and really give it, good arcade components.
That might be my test mods where I'm like, all right, let's put some nicer buttons, let's put some nicer sticks in there. Maybe make. I see the translucent mods people do on the top where like it lights up the deck. I'm like, maybe, but again, funny money. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Right now. That's I'm already testing myself because I'm like, ooh, do I want to just fucking go all out? I might just might mess around with it. It's also just second player. I'm not playing any of these. I'm not really playing 4-player on it. Like. I might try it for shits and giggles eventually, but it's like these things are so small for 4 players. 2-player is cool, but like
2 players even
2-player needs
to be on Marvel.
Dude, 2-player needs to be on that elongated 4-player one. Like it because Greg, move your head a little bit so I can see that. It doesn't make sense as like aesthetically, sure. When you're just looking at it, it looks good, but like ergonomically, it doesn't make sense because one player gets center screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, like one player has to play off to the side, the other one it's so weird.
That's exactly what happens because I've had a few people now that just come over and play Marvel, and one person basically does just whoever's player 1 almost has the advantage a little bit because they get more of the physical real estate from it.
Right. So, if they ever were, here you go, arcade went up. If you ever made if the Arcade Pro lineup was like sick. And had those long decks. If they did a Marvel 2 cabinet, very high quality. We're talking like needs to have at least the aesthetic button or the coin op needs to be like lit up. This deck needs to be there. Taller, nicer screen, good buttons. I'd shell out a good chunk of money. Like probably I know you felt kind of guilty about that $600 one because like it wasn't. Yeah, I would feel confident in a $600 purchase if it was like a nice pro arcade, but like obviously we're not gonna get a fucking actual like genuine $2,000 arcade, but like I'd be willing to pay like $600 if it was like a nicely built, nice buttons, nice layout, nice screen, big board. Like I would pay money for that.
And see, that's why I'm honestly thinking of I think probably not this year because this year I have. Server projects I want to do for the house, and now that I'm back in IT and I'm learning about all kinds of fun networking things, I'm probably going to get a Ubiquity system for the house, which that's going to be like $2-3 grand for everything that I want to do for that. I'm going to eventually modify that arcade cabinet because honestly, one of the things that I think would be really good to do with these. And why I don't think I'd ever, especially I wouldn't buy any more of these. I got this one because it was a fucking unique thing. But really, I don't like the buttons. I don't like the sticks. It's just so mushy.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm like not totally beat up about that stick not working. I emailed. Yeah. I tried to play. I tried to see if just Arcade One would just throw me a bone. They wouldn't. But I was like, I might just fuck around with it a little bit.
What I wish One Arcade would do is honestly. Especially because I imagine they're a brand that's not going away in the near future. I wish they would go the MVS route with their arcades and actually just create hot swappable boards where it's just the one emulator for what they're doing and then just the different cartridges. That way you could buy the one cabinet that you want.
They get their money off the fucking art though.
Buy the actual cartridges for it.
Yeah, they get their money off that art and cheap wood.
Yeah, I know, but I
Uh,
wish they would do that because the other reason why this is gonna be the only arcade one up I get is because honestly, it and Cygenis pointed that out in the chat too. Depending on what game we're talking about, so much cheaper just to buy the board for the arcade game and then hook it up to a super gun. That way you can just play it on a TV and with whatever
dude,
controller you want.
I'm also kind of I'm gonna wait it out. I would never. The only one I'll consider is Marvel Capcom 2 at full price. That's the only one I would.
Yeah,
But even then, I'm 95% positive I'm not buying that at full price. I'm gonna see if eventually there's gonna be another wave. They've confirmed another wave, but it sold enough that I'm not foreseeing a price drop on it until potentially Black Friday and maybe like $100 tops. I feel like
yeah,
it's popular, but Time Crisis next year. I'm like, if they made nice guns, the Terminator ones are not. That's why I got that. I did not get
yeah.
Terminator because Terminator was the one I had in my cart, but then I did a lot of research and it was people were like Terminator guns just not good. Ridge Racer is pretty good, and I actually play Ridge Racer regularly, which I will say, uh, me and someone I'm talking to play that a lot, and I'm like, we both just sit in this chair and play that, and it's decent enough, especially when you're like full hype. But it's like no,
Yep.
so I'm like, one day, maybe when I get like, because I'm gonna go house hunting probably like end of next year, I think, once because that's like I got next level pay, done with everything, everything's just getting paid off, and I'm accumulating shit. I'm like, I'm probably gonna go house hunting next year. Um, I think that'd be a really fun one because I've seen people do it. That'd be a really fun one to mod and like make the actual driving seat. That's a fun cabinet. Like the content wise is not like those in depth. There's like 5 games, but like
Yeah.
you play Ridge Racer, there's like 4 maps to it, whatever. But it's a fun cabinet. Like I just get random urges in the middle of the day. I'm like, all right, swing this around, pop this up. I'm like, all right, let's race a little bit.
You know,
Um,
you saying that does make one I'd actually recommend if you're going to go that route. Unless you really love Time Crisis, just get a Sinden light gun instead. Then you can just use emulators and having it like on the actual works on HD TVs. But honestly, there is one other game that if they made, I would probably bite the bullet and get a one up for it, and that would be House of the Dead. That would be the other
if
one that
the
would make me
guns
bite
are
the
good,
bullet. If the guns are good, yes.
I
But
don't. I don't know. But granted, I think part of the charm of these is just how fucking cool they look. They look so fucking cool. Like,
does look nice. My one aesthetic complaint is I hate that the riser cuts into the artwork and it wasn't already like a pre-drilled and playing around thing.
that's what the pro lineup is supposed to be, right? But
Oh, fuck that.
the pro lineup is there's no riser. It's all one giant thing.
That's
Um,
so bullshit.
it is. But even then, even the risers, like I don't know. It just as soon as I got one, I was like, I'm gonna get more. Like there's no way I'm not getting more because they just at least 2 together look so fucking cool. Um, but yeah, this I mentioned to Gore as well, and I think I mentioned it to you is that yeah, my whole idea this year is cutting down on a lot of stuff, and yeah, so I'm probably in. I mean, you'll probably laugh at this actually, because you'll be like, yep, you're right. But I'm getting rid of like 95% of my pop collection sometime this
Hell
year.
yeah.
I'm
About
keeping
time.
I'm keeping well because I thought those are the ones I thought I lost. I thought those were gone, so I pardoned them in my brain. I was like, well, I guess never seen them again. And then the whole box was found, and that's like a lot of rare shit. The unfortunate thing is that some of them got crushed, so the boxes are in perfect condition, so it knocks the value down. But again, in my brain, I already come to the fact that I was like, I guess I just lost them forever, or whatever. But I'll probably keep the BoJack Horseman ones, and then I'm keeping obviously like the signed ones. I think I'm trying to keep my mind to maybe keep like 3 and then sell every other one because even if I loved them, I don't see a place to display them. They're
Fair.
like I'd much rather have something bigger and like cooler, like the helmets that I got over here, than displaying like a box for the pop.
Yeah.
So at some point doing that, I'm paring stuff down just kind of for like the inevitable idea that I'm gonna get out of here. I'd say another year lease though, so it's like gonna be a bit, but I'm slowly parting with the idea of materialistic stuff until I have like a house and I know right what the actual real estate is and what I am working with.
Yeah.
But yeah, like some of the stuff I decided, all right, because I signed that year lease, now I've been here for a year. I've decided to finally start messing around, putting some stuff up. So I finally got my shield up on the wall. That's nice. I got my Halo sword up there. Got my artwork stuff. Been messing around a bunch of stuff around the house.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, no, I kind of am going through a similar thing. Shot this out on Twitter, but I'm actually paring down my game collection a little bit here as well. I'm starting to curate it now. There's
Dude.
a lot of things I held on to in my collection just because I'm like, well, I have it. Why would I get rid of it?
Dude,
and now
well,
I'm like, I'm never gonna play like a good chunk of this. So
ironically, as you buy Battlefield 3 on PC.
yeah, because I already had it loose, and I do like Battlefield.
Oh, okay.
It's one of my
I thought you
favorites
just
here.
bought a copy for the sake of it.
No, I had a loose copy, so
Okay.
now that replaces it. And again, Battlefield well, I mean, actually, 3 was the last one I really enjoyed. But,
Sure.
Battlefield is a series I have grown up with and adore.
Dude, I don't know, like that's been the idea. With my PS2 and GameCube specifically, it's just massively curated. I'm like, I do not spend or get games that are either I don't care about or have very little value. Because it just looks so nice. Like I have let's see, Ooh. You see my mess in the corner too. I'm still fucking cleaning my closet. Like you see my giant, like all my GameCube stuff right there, but it's like,
Yep.
I think officially I'm at like $65 per game,
Nice.
and it's over 100 games now. And that's how it starts, the sickness. Yeah, no, it's nice to pair stuff now. Like I've been just spring cleaning everything. I'm like, all right, what do I not fucking want, and what do I just not care about? And there's like, it's hard as a collector when you get to that hill finally where you're like, all right, it's time. I got to get rid of stuff. Like there's a thing. It gets to a point where you suddenly it's weird. Oh, man, my camera, I'm just like barely off on it. You don't know I want to know what the collection is, and rather than a bunch of shit, right?
Yeah.
I think when you're a collector and it's like, and granted, you can be someone that has a lot of shit and no, like if you look at like AVGN's background, he collects everything, but like that's the point, right? Yeah. But it's like when you have a bunch of just nonsense and it kind of doesn't mismatch, it mismatches itself, and there's like no real rhyme or reason to it, it doesn't feel right. So like the pops, they just don't, unless it's something I care about, right? It just doesn't really feel right anymore. And there's like a lot of pops that I have that I'm like, I don't really care. And yeah, no, the game wise too, it's when you look at your collection, like you have some fucking killer games, right? This is a great game, and you look next to it, and you're like, why is that here? I'm not gonna play it. Don't care about it. It has, and like when you think of it this way, this is how I got my brain off of it. It holds the same amount of real estate as that killer game next to it that you're like, so
that was kind of what pushed me towards it. The hard part, honestly, was like for some of my more niche consoles, like my 3DO. I have like 15 games for my 3DO, so it's like a lot of those really hard to find, really expensive, really interesting, unique games. But then it's like, yes, but here's my complete in box copy of FIFA, the original for 3DO. It's like, I want to hold on to it because it's a complete in box copy for the 3DO, but I literally don't give a fuck.
Right.
And it was just that very hard collector's mentality to be like, but it's more unique than like on PlayStation, but I still don't fucking care about it.
Right.
So
and then I think what is kind of a good idea about that is that you don't care about it, but did you sell it yet?
I have 2 boxes of games to go to a store tomorrow to trade everything in.
But that FIFA game?
Yeah.
Imagine though, I'm sure someone out there is gonna want it and buy it and actually give a shit though. You know, like I don't want to take up stuff that I don't have investment in, and it's just like again, if I look at one game right there, like I'm thinking. For example, here's my for example. Okay,
Yep.
there's my fucking gross ass inside blob. Right, I love that thing. It holds about the same space as like 2 pop figures. I'd rather fucking display that over 2 pop figures. It doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
I like the only ones that are competing are probably the Taika and the fucking the Grandmaster signed pops. Those are the only ones I care about. Like that, but like I'm displaying this. I love To the Moon, so I'll display that. But like, it needs to be something I give a shit about. Like, you know, I gotta care about it. So it says for me, it's striking a balance between two very space consuming hobbies.
Yes. And that's the problem is my fiance and I both have very space consuming hobbies.
Yeah, and ultimately,
Okay.
no, go for it.
I was gonna say because we have my game collection, which I've pared down to about 3,600-ish games, but we still have our movie collection, which is about 1,000 movies. We still have our book collection, which is about 400 books. We have our board game collection, which there's about 100 some odd board
And
games.
board games are the fucked up ones because that here's the thing. Yeah, I know you hate it, but like digital games, digital movies, digital books, board games, you're just fucked. Like that is a space consuming hobby if you want that.
Yeah, unless you are lucky in that one of your favorite board games gets a fucking PC version of it that
Which doesn't matter though. It's like
online.
not the same. Like your board game night, you're with the homies. You're playing that, and it's like that's a box.
Yes. And sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you get like a nice little thing like this where it's like, okay, just a quick little fold out.
Nah, you want a fucking night, and that thing is
You
a
want to pull
box.
a fucking Gloomhaven and just have the whole fucking table be covered in shit.
Dude, every time I
Scythe
Gloomhaven
is so
is
good too. Oh,
I'm gonna start.
Scythe, actually.
Huh?
You would like Scythe probably.
I think I have Scythe. I'm like kind of positive I have Scythe. I just don't.
It's like a giant robot farming competitive.
Let me go look real quick. I could have sworn. Keep talking.
All right, but yeah, no, fucking, and of course I also do tabletop RPGs. So on my D&D and Shadowrun and Ryutama and all the other billions of fucking tabletop RPG books I got. The fiance does a lot of craft projects. She's got a massive fucking laser engraver. She's got huge thing of yarn. It's like a whole bookshelf of just different yarns to work with. Has anyone ever actually played Mousetrap? Yes, that Mousetrap was genuinely one of my favorite board games as a kid. It was always a nightmare for the setup, but man, that game always felt worth it when you got it going.
What, Mousetrap?
Mousetrap, did you ever actually play that as a kid?
No, I've always wanted to, but no, I don't.
Next time we actually hang out in person, we'll get a fucking Mousetrap board and we'll do a drunken night of Mousetrap. Fuck it.
No, I don't have Scythe, but you know what? Because I bought that. That's always been on my list to get. Gloomhaven. It's the biggest box and it's in the bottom, and I'm like, one day. But I bought that. I forgot. I think I showed it, but I bought that Gloomhaven expansion, the one that people say if you're a beginner, play that one first because you'll get yourself into it.
Yeah.
That's something I want. You know, it's funny we have this conversation because Sakurai had he's doing that YouTube channel and he had a poll asking what do you prefer, digital or physical games, and he talked about it, which everyone universally preferred physical. Japan leaned more. They still prefer physical, but they had a lot more digital, so it was a little closer of a race there. Which makes sense, right? Japan, you don't have that much space. Yeah. But yeah, that's what he was saying specifically. He's like, space is a real, like it's a very extreme real estate for me. So he's like, I prefer digital, and he did what you used to do, or you still kind of do. He said, I keep all my games in sleeves. Like,
yeah, it's funny because there was another YouTuber I was listening to. fuck, I don't remember who it was. Oh, no, it was Internet Historian. In his Metal Gear Solid video, he actually talked about how he did the same thing and how it fucked him over for the game because of that.
Yeah, I couldn't. It just I need it in there. I don't know. I have these
Oh yeah,
like
no. Nowadays, I wish I could go back in time and stop myself from doing that because that's half of the money I spend on games each year is basically getting everything back to being complete a box.
uh
Ugh.
um yeah, board games for sure. Yeah, just paring things down. Games I'm always 50-50 on. Um Nintendo stuff I'll probably buy, well, granted I should say. For whatever reason I remember I started my Switch collection just digital. And then I started getting physical stuff because it was cheaper a lot of times. But I the Mario sports game stuff, like I'll get those digital, but like everything else is on that. I still like having a physical stuff, but it also just gets too much. Like I don't have enough room, so I have to use this shelf and that shelf for that. I would like eventually I'll have like a nice like wall, but that's the
Well, because
thing.
like Switch games are deceptively large. Like they see because they are generally smaller than like Xbox and PlayStation game boxes. They
Yeah, you
fill up
see,
space so fucking quick.
I already ran out of space. I'm trying to figure out. This wasn't one of the part of the reason I'm cleaning and everything's all on the ground is because I'm trying to figure out what to do with these. So I had to stop just stacking them. I had to like hold the new games out and like display them almost.
Yeah.
I gotta figure that out. And yeah, I got like 360, the original Xbox, Wii, and DS and 3DS, and then collector's editions back there. And I'm like out of space there, so it's a matter of like, what do I give a shit about? What do I want? But also don't want to get rid of anything that I'm gonna regret. So it's like I have to not give a shit. If I don't give a shit, cool. But if there's a semblance of me giving a shit, I'm gonna just work with impulse. Like don't get rid of it until I just genuinely like don't care. Right? Like just do not
Yeah.
give a shit. Um, but yeah, so I'm thinking of one day doing another road trip. That'd be nice, but also I want to do some travels. So I'll see. But I think one more like tour across the country, but like I want to do the full country. I want to hit like coast to coast.
Maybe do
Um,
it as like a celebration for once you're finally finished up your masters there.
no, not this summer. I'm fucking sleeping. I that winter break, I was like, I'm gonna study, do all this, and my body said, no, the fuck not. You're gonna fucking sleep because I hadn't had just 2 weeks to not think of shit
Yeah.
since prior, like for a year now, because it was went through spring, had summer classes all summer, went through the fall, and it was like, no, I need to take a couple weeks off. But no, this summer I'll probably do some sort of travel because I do it for every summer. But this summer I kind of want to just fucking vegetate and just like play shit that I've been wanting to play forever. Like it'll be
Yeah.
nice to have a year where I can presumably talk game of the year shit finally, right? Like I'm still just and I not that I know you like Gordon always like have the most out of all of us, but like it'll be good to keep up on a lot of like the more recent shit. Finally.
Yeah, and that's what I'm actually doing right now. Well, we'll get into that here in just a second. But I had so much in my backlog from last year that as soon as I had wrapped up Persona 5 Royal, I'm like, I need to actually prioritize shit that was last year so I can fucking pay the games I was dumb and paid full price for instead of just
Dude,
waiting a little bit.
that shit right there, that's that. I want to play Persona 5. I just really want to fucking play Persona 5, but I'm just like, I cannot afford. And you know, say what you will, that game is a really quick 100 hours. Like
It
it does
is.
not feel like a 100-hour game.
No, I didn't fully 100% the game like I did the first time around. But I still I'm only missing like 3 trophies, and it's stuff that if I really wanted to, I could spend probably an hour reloading old saves and knocking them out. But it was still 96 hours, and honestly, I had the advantage of wanting to show the fiance the story because I figured it'd be something she would get down for with the music and the
Did she?
aesthetic of it at least. She fucking hums the tunes from the game fucking constantly.
Hmm.
She definitely liked Yusuke. Yusuke was her favorite character.
I guess someone has to like Yusuke.
And I'm so glad that she was right in the same camp with me about the. Oh yeah, we don't have Chris here, so real quick, spoiler warning about Persona, just in case you have been warned. She immediately was fucking found the whole pancake thing dumb as shit as well, and I feel vindicated with that.
I don't.
But I will say, going back through it a second time, I do actually appreciate a lot more Akechi's arc that they included. I think that Persona 5 base has a more satisfying endpoint for Akechi. Like, if you just go through his arc and then hit that endpoint where base
Sure.
Persona 5 ends with him just dying and then that's it, I think that's a far more satisfying story. But for the added content that they do add in Royal, I do love that conviction and just that pure, unabashed honesty we see from this Akechi. Especially just the reflection the characters have of they're like, oh, he knew he was gonna die again once this all happened, and yet he still fought as hard as he did. Especially going through the cutscenes and seeing that he is the only one. It's like, let's fucking do this, guys. We're gonna fucking stop this. Let's fucking go. And it's like,
God, I fucking.
I kind of appreciate that so much more.
I didn't like Akechi in vanilla though. Like, yeah, in hindsight, thinking that, like, sure, I didn't really like him. Still, it was Royal that made me like him. I think I just needed a little bit more. Like, I needed some more buy-in, and I think just the fact that, yeah, like, you knew, well, it was that, but it was also like, wait, why is he here? Dude, that's your biggest rival. You wanted a rival, dude. I'm like, oh, dude, that's fucking dope. And that, dude, their fucking showtime goes so fucking hard. I literally, the second I see that shit, I mash it. I'm like, no, I want to see it. Like, it's just so good. I literally,
Truly, showtimes were one of the best additions in Royal.
dude, I like mashed I watched it. I watched like a compilation of them again not that long ago, but like, even though they, yeah, are they also, especially if you know what you're doing, like, you don't really need to do them, but like, you want to watch them, and they're just so good.
100%. Yusuke's and fucking Ryuji's every time. Fucking
Yeah.
that every fucking time that's gonna come up.
It's just so good. And yeah, I still stand by, like, that the game doesn't feel that long, and I really want to play it again. Like, I every time I fucking think about it, I just want to play it again so bad, but I have too much shit.
Yeah.
And it sucks.
Especially now that in later on this, actually I think next week we'll have Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden out. So.
Well, I mean, I could play it now. Like, I have the Steam Deck, and I've had Persona 4, so it's like,
Okay.
if
Yeah.
I'm ever
I
gonna,
would from what I've heard, Persona 4 Golden plays, which I'd hope so because it fucking was on Vita, but it does run pretty good on Steam Deck.
see, but that's why right there, Dave. This is why I'm like, fuck. I wish there was a fucking workaround this whole fucking portable edition, because, like, I want to play Persona 3. I'm not home enough to play Persona 3 though.
I mean, you could just download a PS2 emulator on your Steam Deck and play Persona 3 FES on there.
I just, yeah.
Because honestly, I Persona 3 Portable is interesting, much in the same way that what we were saying the other couple weeks back. It's more interesting going into it, having already experienced either base or FES. FES is, I feel, the best way to play Persona 3 because Persona 3 FES is like Royal to base Persona 3. And then Persona 3 Portable is like, what if we stripped out half the content, but still left in a lot of the additions? So there's improved gameplay. That is one of the big caveats to Persona 3 Portable, is that it's the only version of Persona 3 you have full control of your party. Otherwise, everyone acts on their own.
Which I hear makes some of the game miserable.
Yes. However, there's a fan patch for FES, so you can just quickly apply it, and bam, you can control your party anyways. But it's one of those things that they got rid of exploration in the traditional sense. They made it just a straight up visual novel.
Yeah, I'll just say the cutscenes are not really. Are the cutscenes there?
The cutscenes are there in lower quality.
It's such weird because there's pros and cons. Like, it's not like a straight pro do that. It's like you're missing some stuff the other way.
The other big thing is, and I messaged you in the chat about this, is picture going through Persona 5 Royal and then you're on the royal path. So you go up through Christmas, and then the game ends there, because that's normally where you would go into the regular ending stuff for Persona 5 base, and that's how it just goes. So you go through the royal path. You tell Lavenza, and Maruki, I wish I still had Akechi around, and everything else starts to proceed like you're going on the Persona 5 royal path, but then it just abruptly stops where Persona 5 normal should end. Because FES adds a whole epilogue storyline, and they gut it from the Persona 3 portable version.
Not add, right? You're saying they took out for portable. Because
Yes.
adding, because the FES is the original.
3 is the original, then FES, and then Persona 3
Okay.
portable. Yeah.
So is portable is more of the original.
Yes, Persona 3 portable is like if you had the gameplay and balance changes from Persona 3 and then removed out the added storyline bits, or at least most of the storyline bits of FES.
So they just added shit to FES. Oh, so wait, Persona 3 is Persona 3 FES is Persona 3, but with more shit.
Yeah.
Persona
It's,
Portable is
basically-
base Persona 3, but with fixed gameplay. So you're taking the path. Do you want more story or do you want better gameplay?
And the other twist is that Persona 3 Portable is the one where you can play as a female main character and have an entirely altered storyline based around that. Which is the other reason why both are worth playing. But if you're going to go through the game only once, I recommend going through FES.
How different though?
There's a major character death that happens in the game that can be avoided on the female character's route. And it does alter quite a lot of things in context.
And is it how long of a content difference is it?
The epilogue stuff adds like an additional 10, 20 hours.
How long is Persona 3?
70, 90 hours.
Fucking hell. I would say, like, in a ideal world, probably then you play FES and then you go get the Steam Deck portable version.
Yeah. So I think that both are worth
This
playing.
is bullshit.
But it's worth playing FES first, and
Sure.
then just to play Persona 3 portable.
Wouldn't it have been nice if they just
just
included
for the
both?
female
Wouldn't it be
route.
like? Wouldn't it be sick of that Persona 3 Complete Edition?
Well, that's funny you say that, because that'll be one of our news topics we'll be talking about later.
Ooh, segue, almost. Let's just go into what we're playing then, because we've been going for a bit.
Hell yeah. Speaking of what we've been playing, you and I played a game with some of my other buddies a couple weeks back. We played a little bit more of Ready or Not, and you got a little motiony sick.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened, dude. Like, I don't know what it was. I don't get, especially because, well, I do know what it was actually. It was the choppy frame rate and moving slow, because I'm 120 frames on this bad boy. This PC knows nothing other than 120 frames on anything that's shooting. That's the whole reason I spent all my Biden bucks on this, because this thing is like silky smooth. And then we go into that new map, and it's like holy choppy frame rate and moving slowly and so much blur and dizziness, Batman. Because that shit like knocked me out almost about as fast as Firewall on PSVR. PSVR shooting games fuck me the fuck up, because that's 30 frames per second too. But like, and when you start to hit the higher frame rate and the more hertz, that's when your mind could take it. And I realized afterwards, because it was laggy. It was like red one bar, and I couldn't straight up. Every turn was rubber banded.
Yeah.
So it overcompensated. So it was like, it fucked me up, because I was like wondering, what the fuck? I've never gotten this much motion sickness. Last time I got motion sickness on an FPS game was like Doom 2016, when I first played it back around that time. Because hey, get off my NBA Jam.
But he's cute.
Dumb cat.
He's orange.
Yeah, no, like Doom fucked me up, but that was also like fast and up your ass right out the way there. But now I've acquainted since then, and now it was like, oh, it's the opposite. That's gonna be an issue.
Yeah, no, because that's honestly been the only time I've ever had a game give me motion sickness was Doom VR. That I played for 10 minutes and I couldn't fucking handle that.
Right, dude. I literally, yeah, we played about maybe 2 or 3 rounds, and I was like, I had to go, and you guys were all leaving, which made me feel not as shitty because I was like, I just hopped in. I was late because I ended up going to play some of my. So I also coach Smash at a college level. Went to go with them, and then they're like, just join the tournament year to year, and then we're doing doubles. I'm like, all right, and then sure enough, I won, and I was like, oh, oops, because the tournament doesn't allow you if you're a ranked player, you're not allowed to join. And though I should be, I'm not because I don't have time. So I'm like, they're like, you've been ranked. I was like, I've never been ranked in Ultimate. They're like, no fucking way. I was like, no, I haven't been. They're like, well, I guess he's allowed to enter. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude, let's go.
Oh yeah, so you basically just sandbagged the whole fucking event.
I didn't sandbag. It was definitely some of the players are still like, I haven't. Some players that are playing there, like I could beat them, but like they've practiced enough that I have to think, for sure. But yeah, no, I'm winning that. But no, so I felt bad because I came in late.
Only throw lemons occasionally.
I tell him like eventually I'm gonna start joining. It's probably sometime in the summer. But yeah, I joined in late and I felt shitty. But then luckily you guys were leaving. But dude, I was knocked. Like I straight. I was like sweating. I turned it off and I had to lay in bed and I was so I wanted to hurl so bad. And it was like, you know, that those motion sickness sweats. I had to like calm myself down. It was like fucking like 30 minutes later I was able to fucking move.
Good, man.
Dude, it was nuts. Like that knocked me out. But yeah, it was choppy as hell. Cool map, big as fuck. Big as
Way
fuck.
too big. I think that one definitely needs to be played with the highest amount of suspects because granted, we still haven't succeeded. We got close that one time when I was fucking around in the morgue, but
we almost got good when me and your friend just speed ran it, just trying to be like, all right, everyone died at the beginning, let's just run through it. And
yeah, weirdly, Will is the best when he's not paying attention. I think.
But yeah, choppiness and Ready or Not is not good because everything's so laggy that you're gonna just shoot at the first thing you see, which is probably your teammate.
Yeah.
Including when David just crossfired one of.
Yeah, well, again, to be fair, you know, the game got so used to training us that now we have our names pop up with us. So it's like, oh, if I don't see the name, I don't have to worry. And fucking, I just see this guy hauling ass in front of me. I'm like, I don't see a name. That's gotta be an enemy. Lo and behold, fucking drop Will right then and there.
I just kept seeing a face like pop in and out, and they're like looking at me like, "What's going on?" I hear shooting, and they came back and they turned it back around. And they still got shot at because they're like right in the crossfire of me and someone else. Really quick, Tunnel Hunt, especially the arcade cabinet, has a motion sickness legacy.
Interesting. Not familiar with that one.
Never heard of that one. But yeah,
it just kind of reminds me of. It honestly reminds me of when me, and Goral played together for the first time on that. And,
I have that clip somewhere. I think on my channel where it's what was it? You said but you didn't say you were down. So no, what was it? I got killed. Hold on, can I find the clip? I could probably play it for the stream right now. Hold on.
Yeah, you go find that. And I'll finish talking about the game a little bit more. But no, I love a lot of the changes they've added into the game. It's still early access, and definitely the newer map especially shows that it's still early access. Those water effects, even when it was just the three of us playing, we suddenly would drop to like 5 frames a second whenever we looked at the water. And it's like, Jesus Christ. The rest of the maps that have been there for a while fucking run smooth as butter. And we actually beat the nightclub map, which has been giving us troubles for a while in the first go. And I love a lot of the changes. They made the AI a lot smarter, a lot more responsive. The gunplay just feels that much a little bit tighter. It's just one of those things that, you know, the new stuff is just struggling.
Let me see. I think I got this. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be choppy. You're gonna see a bunch of there you go free advertising for a bunch of people. I don't know.
Hell yeah, let's try it.
Actually, fuck it. Can I just? Oh fuck! Hold on.
We are the video. All right. While
Can
you're
I just-
figuring that out, I got to pee real quick.
Yeah. Try to make it just big so it just fits.
Oh shit! I forgot the computer was right there.
Maybe not.
Sorry. Hang on. Probably break the fucking car if I backed into it.
Hell yeah.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Oh,
See, I
shit.
told you, there's another one. Where the fuck?
Oh, you
fuck.
got me. You got me. You got me. Fuck.
I got him. Is that another guy?
Oh, God, fuck.
Alright, got him.
Assuming
I
David's
said,
dead.
is that another guy? He didn't say anything. Rest in peace. Goddamn hero.
Oh,
You gotta say things, bro. It's dark. I can't see you. I'm gonna go hide here for now.
We have
Oh, God,
friendly
Ren.
fire. Friendly fire.
It was a
Gordon
clean
moving on has
kill.
gone rogue.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Oh,
See, I
shit.
told you, there's another one. Where the fuck?
Oh, you got me. You got me. You got me. Fuck.
I got him. Is that another guy?
Oh, God, fuck.
Alright, got him.
Assuming David's
I
dead.
said, is that
Is that another guy? That's good. All right. Well, we're waiting. Oh, I hear him. Yeah, it was I got killed and Gore shouts, "Is that another guy?" And you didn't say shit. And then you got killed. He's like, "You should have said something." Good times.
No, he's referring to me.
So what was I gonna say? Yeah, so we're ready now. What else you play?
As mentioned earlier, finished Persona 5 Royal again. Man, I still adore that game.
Great game. Top 3, I think, for me personally.
I wouldn't put it in top 3, but it'd probably be in top 10 somewhere. Top 3 is a very loaded area for me, especially. It's considering it changes every fucking day. But
Well, it's nothing's gonna beat my top 1. Like
well, what is your top 1?
Halo 2.
Mm.
It's nothing's gonna beat it because it's ingrained. It's nostalgia. It's legacy. Nothing's beating it. Like that doesn't matter if I play some fucking brand new shooty game and for the rest of my life, it's Halo 2. Now the other 2 through 10, they flop around a little bit maybe. So like Resident Evil 4 was up there. I don't know where it is now. We'll see. The remake just debunks the original somewhere. Kentucky Route Zero is probably up there at some point because every time I think about that game, it was great. I actually looked at my memories the other day and saw my Last of Us 2 thought, and I was like, yeah, the game. I mean, I liked it a lot, but it definitely has some issues, and every day I just hated that game more and more. Which, talk about real estate, that's the reason why I got rid of that fucking statue. I'm like, I don't give a shit about this game.
But now your Last of Us collection is not complete.
No, it is because Last of Us 2 doesn't exist. No such thing. Trey 50 in the chat saying Big Dave looking happy
Hell yeah.
because Gore's not here.
Got good beer, got a job again, I'm happy.
Got beer, got a job, no Gore. Oh, all the heavy weight is off your shoulder.
You know, to be fair, we have now had a you and Chris only episode. We've had a you and me only episode. We eventually need to have a me and Chris only episode.
Yeah, the
Just
issue is
to
who's
have
gonna
that.
stream it. That's the issue.
We'll just hijack your YouTube. It's fine.
I'll give my stream key.
Yeah,
That
give me
won't
your
go bad.
stream key. Let's
I
go.
mean, I can. That's not a big deal on my end. Big Dave looking happy. But yeah, no, it'd probably be in my top 3. I'd say still. Just because I adore the style, adore the characters, and again, I think it was just something in my brain just loved that because Persona 5 would have maybe like poked the top 10. Like I loved it, but it would like poked at it like maybe one day. I don't know what it, but that extra content just made me fucking fall in love with it because it was like that's exactly the little push I needed. Every character got a big, like, just got a little bit of a nudge. The little added stuff, like it's harder to go higher than God, but they still found a way to keep going. Made sense.
Going with a final boss themed around the King and Yell is a fucking phenomenal idea, and honestly, I really like a lot of the send-offs. I liked a lot of the affirmations of the characters. You know, Ryuji really thinking hard about actually taking his education seriously and going for a running scholarship and wanting to get his leg fixed more. You know, Yusuke really thinking about what he wants out of himself as a painter and an artist. They really went above and beyond for a lot of the extra segments that kind of dive into the characters, and I appreciate that. Although playing through the game again, that was one other thing that in retrospect, now that I've have fresh eyes going through Persona 5 Royal and not the, oh my god, this is fucking great. One thing I did really fucking hate was the third stage personas. I get the point of them because it kind of brings everything full circle where the personas just become the actual names of the first personas. So, you know, instead of, you know, Captain Kidd, William, instead of Zoro, Diego. So it brings it all character that they're no longer hiding behind their masks. They are themselves. They've accepted who they are. And thematically, I really appreciate that. And I think that's a nice touch. But design-wise, it's fucking dumb just having altered versions of the first personas because so many of the second personas are better designed.
Sure, I'll take that, but that wouldn't be. At that point, we're nitpicking though, which I mean, arguably makes it look better, right? Like,
fair.
J50, no, it says, do David and Grojit hate each other or just mutual, like, giving each other a hard? No, it's.
No, we just give everyone on this podcast gives everyone shit in some capacity.
Yeah. No, I can guarantee you, doing a podcast for no money regularly, you wouldn't have us doing it if no one is nice. to say let's do 200 episodes of people that we don't like, it's not happening. It's not happening to take a week out of your schedule to talk with people you don't like for an audience about that many people for nothing.
Yeah. Not that we don't appreciate the viewership that we do have.
Yeah.
Although I do miss those views from those wonderful Indian viewers back when we have those. I'm gonna put a call out. I think come the end of the year, there will be some form of audio podcast back. Hell yeah! Maybe we just do a soft relaunch, go through 1 through 200 all over again, and 200 will be the new goal. We never have a podcast that technically goes above 200. I'm gonna say this.
I did a 13-hour New Year's Eve stream. Because the game plan is once I hit summer and literally don't have to think about shit anymore, it's gonna be a little hellish because I'll have the entire summer of nothing, and that's a little more daunting than it seems like at first. You're like, oh, there's just nothing to do, and you can. And as we talked about, I don't know if I forget if we talked about it if we were live, but it's easy to not get productive when you're not doing anything. So. Yeah. I'm going to try to stream more. That was me. I'm doing Twitch. So twitch.tv/Depunked. If you're not on there, go on there. I've been Twitch streaming a bit. That's why that's where my New Year's Eve stream was on Twitch. I'm also planning on something else, and I told if you were in that chat, lurking, cool. Otherwise, Atback and I were having a conversation, and I kind of gave a little bit of a plan of what I got this year. Hopefully summertime if everything works out. If not, probably by the end of summer. But there's kind of a game plan. I'm hoping that it retroactively helps the podcast a little bit. But I'm thinking next year we'll finally make a big push because obviously we'll be 200 episodes in. But there's stuff like, I mean, once I get the money back, I would love to start going back to Fiverr. It'll be cool because we got a lot of cool stuff like the background, all that stuff was Fiverr. Games Gone By would be cool to come back. I have an idea. Like I think we reboot that for sure, but that's going to be in a different style.
Yeah.
I have different ideas. I have been just pumping stuff in my head for the last like year because it's I'll go ahead. You guys say something.
No, I was just gonna say that reminds me of one thing I'm gonna bring up at the end of the podcast when we're
We're gonna forget about it unless you want to bring it up now.
No, I won't forget about it. Genuinely, gaming New Year's resolutions, these kind of things. So we'll go over that towards the end there. But in the spirit of the new year, because technically this is our first podcast of the new year.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. All right.
All right, and then other than that, I have started up Digimon Survive because I was going back and forth on either that or Strangers of Paradise, and I decided I wasn't in the mood for a Souls-like, so I'm like, all right, fuck it, horror, fucking visual novel, strategy RPG hybrid, let's go. And I've really been fucking enjoying Digimon Survive.
Yeah.
It is a weird little game. I get why a lot of people did not like it because it's not super in depth for a strategy RPG. It very much is like baby's first strategy RPG, and even the visual novel aspect is. It feels weird to say this, but a little less robust than some of the things you'd expect from visual novels of the modern era. But I'm kind of digging it. I'm not quite at the part yet where anyone has died, but I'm looking forward to that because that was one of the things that was really interesting when first learning about the game way back when. Is that's kind of a unique thing about this game is people will die along the way. So
And story wise or like gameplay wise?
Both.
Is it a permadeath thing?
Yep. So
Okay.
as you play through, there will be. So the whole premise of the game is that you're playing the Digidestin of this world, but it's set in a timeline where Digimon proper don't quite exist yet. They're still just myths and legends. So it's kind of like a lore prequel to everything else in the world. Digimon.
I've always been interested. Never actually. I know almost nothing about Digimon. I have the game by the way, but yeah,
Gotcha.
I was never someone that just delved into that. But I've always been interested in it.
Honestly, for games, especially for modern, a lot of the modern ones, aside from Digimon World Next, have been solid.
Yeah, you. I bought that one that you said it was just better
The
Pokemon.
Hacker's Memory.
The dual pack thing. I forget what it was
Yeah,
called.
the Cyber Sleuth Dual Pack. Yeah.
Yep.
Phenomenal games. Absolutely fantastic. The only downside is that they were very easy. But
Hey, at
once
least
you
they
put it on
fucking
hard-
work.
Yeah.
Shoutouts.
Hell yeah. No, genuinely, modern Digimon games have been really fucking fantastic. And when it comes to the shows, the only season I would recommend watching is season 3. Just because even though it's still... Because all the shows are still meant to be like kids shows in the same vein of like Pokemon. But season 3 is really fucking dark. It had a lot of the same writers and that worked on like Serial Experiments Lane and The Big O. So it starts off really kiddish and kind of that traditional cartoony of like, oh, you kind of style. And then there's a point where there's actual death. And so, real quick to explain some more about Digimon real quick. Digimon, they don't die. When they die, their data gets scattered.
It's
into
Phoenix.
the
It's like a
air.
Phoenix, right?
Yeah, and then they just recombine into an egg, and then they're reborn and get to live a new life. Digimon Season 3, one of the first things they introduce right away is cannibalism. When you kill the other Digimon, they have the ability to then absorb that data into themselves, and thus breaking the reincarnation cycle. They are dead. Gone. They are not coming back.
How many episodes are we talking though? If I were to like get to that, take a part.
It's 49 episodes
Oh,
of 20 minutes each, so they're not bad. And the other thing that's fascinating is there's a really amazing villain face turn throughout the story.
don't spoil anything else. All right. Yeah, then you might spoil me.
So
Cool.
I'm not going to spoil, but truly it is worth watching because of that villain hero face turn that happens. There's a character they introduce, and that character is actually responsible for some heinous fucking shit. Far more heinous than you would expect them to get away with in a children's show.
Well, Digimon always struck me as like a teenager version of Pokemon.
Kinda, but it's still season 1, especially kind of is like really
Well,
kiddie.
it always struck me as the way the Digimon evolve is literally like as the show kind of is, where it's like these cute little
Yeah.
things with the fuck ever, and then they have a fucking massive gun for an arm or something.
Yeah, no, Digimon Digivolutions are wild, and I explained this to the fiance. She's been watching me play Survive as well. It's funny if you ever tried to. I hated back in the day, and I still do now. When people compare Pokemon to Digimon, it's like the only similarity is that they're monster pets in a way. But
Sure.
beyond that, Pokemon have like a distinct evolutionary line where you look at it and you go, "Oh, that makes sense." It's just bigger.
Most of the time.
And has a little bit most of the time. It's just bigger and has more parts to it now. Digimon don't have that. Digimon, it's like, all right, well, it's like a little dinosaur. Well, now it's just a giant, like, skeleton of a dinosaur with a rocket launcher. Well, now it's kind of like a lizard that has, like, these antennae that are longer than its whole body. And now it's just literally a giant, like, humanoid torso on a fucking box that has chain tendrils. There is no rhyme or reason to the Digivolutions in any way, shape, or form, and it's fucking wonderful for it. But no, season 3, which is specifically called Digimon Tamers, is the only one I recommend watching because it does have that much darker tone.
Shouldn't I watch the
There
first
is
3 though?
Huh?
Should I watch the first 2 seasons though to kind of understand the stark change to make it appreciated?
Yes, just for the start.
If it's 20 minutes, that's not a bad. If it was like
No,
Yeah.
It's worth it for the start change, but beyond that, there's nothing. Season 1 or 2 are the only seasons that are tied together. From there on, nothing else connects to the other.
But also, I don't
series.
know any of these fucking Digimon names. I know Agumon. That's literal. I know. It's
That's
the
fine.
fucking
That's all
Pikachu.
you literally don't need to know anything. Tamers literally was a soft reboot for the series, and it was so successful that they treated every series as independent from there on. There's only been one Digimon season called Cross Wars, where they referred back to the other seasons after that, and they kind of did like the Power Rangers thing, where Power Rangers had the Forever Red episode where they brought back all the Red Rangers for an episode. And Cross Wars did a similar thing like that, where they brought back all of the team leaders for a single episode.
Really quick, hey, shouts to Ash finally getting his nice overly due retirement.
Yeah, 25 years later, and he is finally being sent off
Dude.
to retirement.
Do I give a shit? Deep down inside, no. Am I gonna watch it last season and be like so hit with nostalgia? Because they're like, all right, let's revisit everything. All these fucking boomers are gonna fucking cry over or some shit.
Well,
Let's just
especially
do
when
it.
The first thing they confirmed is like, oh yeah, he'll be traveling with Brock and Misty again for this last season. It's like, oh.
And then there was a screen of like the fucking Butterfree. I'm like, you motherfuckers. We're not gonna get Pidgeot though. I don't think we're
No,
doing
we
that.
probably won't get Pidgeot, or we probably won't get Primeape. Actually, no, I think they did reveal something with Primeape at one point.
Yeah. It makes me wish we didn't get that Pikachu I Choose You movie. Like literally it was great until the fucking Pikachu spoke and I was like, oh god damn it, that was so fucking that was cringe as fuck. Everything else was great. That was so cringy.
Yeah.
But like if they didn't have that, oh dude. But I'm gonna watch the last bit of it. You know we're gonna. But I'm curious because people were kind of piecing together. They're like, it's gonna be like Ash's kids are gonna run through it.
Well, that's what I immediately, as soon as they announced that, I'm kind of curious if they will actually do the fast forward.
They
That
should.
was always like in the early seasons of Pokemon was like the weird will they, won't they with Ash and Misty. So it's like, oh, I wonder if they'll finally, 25 years later, finally settle on if these two 12-year-olds are going to get together.
You know what they're gonna do? Go through it. You're gonna get the first episode of these kids, and they're gonna be like, all right, we should go on our adventure. You're gonna walk, and you're gonna see just like the feet of like Ash and Misty there, and you're gonna hear like all the versions of their voices talking or something like that.
Hell yeah.
I hope they fucking age their characters though. I feel like that's, and they're not. I feel like because they lean so like for children, right? But like,
Yeah.
it's a fresh start. Age your characters with it. Like I think that'd be kind of cool. Just like People would probably
growing the
watch like
series, you know?
people would actively watch that don't give a shit that don't watch. I think.
Like straight up, I think it would be kind of neat for them to go ahead, retire Ash for a bit, and then in like 5 years' time, go ahead and do like a movie that's just like him as an adult, just kind of follow up with him of like
He's
him
drunk.
being either a gym leader finally or
He's
being a
drunk and
professor
depressed.
himself. He's drunk and depressed.
Misty wants child support.
She took the kids. She took the kids, Brock. Meanwhile, Brock's still raising his 11 fucking brothers and sisters. Like,
and
maybe
11
she could
kids
take
because he just
time,
fucked every woman that he saw.
And they're all identical because he went after every nurse joy and every fucking officer.
Yeah.
So every single child looks the same as well.
So if I'm introducing anime to someone, I feel like Cowboy Bebop is the one you go for.
I've had a lot of conversations with folks on that. Cowboy Bebop is not a series I really like that much, but I do feel if someone is not an anime person at all, like legitimately their cursory knowledge of anime is they maybe have heard of Sailor Moon or Dragon Ball Z because of the zeitgeist of our time, then Cowboy Bebop would be a good introductory point because it is the least anime. It is a Western in space. And
You know what's funny?
that-
I've never seen past like 3 episodes of Cowboy Bebop.
It's really the least anime out there. And it's one of those things that it's very episodic. Pretty much none of the episodes connect together. So you could even just go ahead and pick the best episodes and be like, here's a sampler platter of anime.
It's like 26
And
episodes, so it's not a big
it's
deal.
so American in style. It's a jazz style soundtrack. Again, it's very much Western in tone. It's just a little bit more palatable, I feel, for an introductory. So if you have someone that has like no inkling to anime at all, it could be a good introduction. I do feel that there are some other series that honestly are probably a little bit better depending on the person's taste.
Yeah, and I'll start them off with like Welcome to the NHK, like you did with me.
Exactly.
It's the
You know,
fucking
in
weirdest,
retrospect, maybe not the best introductory point.
weirdest
Uh,
fucking first one I've ever seen. No, dude, this person like, it's so bizarre because they've been so out of touch with so much popular things. So Gorillas, you know,
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood, they don't know that song.
Huh.
Feel Good Inc. Never heard it. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? How the fuck do you just not hear this? I was telling my buddy that. I'm like, all right, sampler songs for like Gorillas. And then they were giving me like, all right, here's some obscure. I'm like, no, they don't know anything. What the fuck? Just nothing. Like, all right, I guess just give them the singles. I'm like, I guess, right?
So it sounds like you're truly working with a blank slate. So I mean, honestly, if you can figure out what interests they have in general, I could probably give you a more curated list of things that would more directly appeal to those interests. But I mean, if you want a more just generic
That's the hard part.
standard,
It's literally like a blank slate. But I mean, like that is funny because like it itches that teacher side of me. So I'm like, all right,
there.
this is like a kind of fun thing for me because I can like teach not English things but kind of go through it. So I'm like, I'm thinking of dipping toe with Cowboy Bebop because yeah, it's a pretty tame, not extreme, nothing too
I wouldn't call
crazy.
it tame or not extreme.
Well,
It's just
I mean, it's not Attack on Titan.
okay, fair. No, there's 3 episodes. I can't remember the episode names.
I'm gonna go through it all because I want to watch it all. So I'm gonna go
Okay,
through
yeah.
it all.
So I won't spoil anything about the episodes, but no, there's definitely so thought experiment time. You know, if I was to go ahead and introduce someone to anime and they're like, I am a blank canvas, just paint me like one of your French girls, whatever kind of thing. There's definitely a few select Cowboy Bebop episodes where those would be the ones that I would recommend as like the first introduction. Because again, Cowboy Bebop very palatable for an American audience.
So the
Least
Netflix
anime
version.
anime possible. Next would honestly probably be Full Metal Alchemist.
I've never seen that
Whether
either.
or not I go original series or Brotherhood would kind of depend on the person a little bit. But Full Metal Alchemist is just such a fascinating series that masterfully blends comedy and sorrow at the same time. And it's wait, did you say you haven't seen Full Metal Alchemist at all? I won't say anything further then.
And then we obviously go from there to Parasite or Paranoia Agent.
Exactly. But no, after that, I would say the original Trigun series. 100%.
I've never, dude. Like that's kind of the fun thing. Is like I'm also kind of new to that too. But I know I'm like aware of these things though, right? Like,
Yeah.
like I know, but there's like just never heard of any of these. Like it's so fascinating. I think is like kind of the weird word for it because like I shouldn't say like nothing. Like they know of like the major stuff. Like they saw Avatar. They
I
know
mean,
like the
it's
best.
simple. Just start them off with Berserk, and then that's just a real test of their character.
They do know like manga, not of reading it, but like know of it. So I'll give them the manga. I'll give them the Berserk manga.
Yeah, just start them with the fucking Berserk manga. All right, hell yeah.
Yeah, don't get me. Oh, you know what was fucking funny? So one of my coworkers that I know them, but
Yep.
I mean I'm busy all day and you don't really get to talk to your coworkers too much in my environment, obviously. But she walked by the hallway when I was talking. I was like, oh hi, and we just kind of caught up. And I know she plays games, so we got to game talk for a little bit. And it was about to hit a winter break, and she was asking me, "What do you gonna play?" I was like, "Oh, I probably got to do this." And I was like, "And what are you gonna play?" She goes, "Oh, I just started up near." I'm like, "Oh, all right. Whoa, oh, we're gonna have that talk. Have you heard of Drakengard? No. Oh." But they did say she was like, all right, if I do near, you should consider Final Fantasy. I think she was saying 14. I was like, oh, I know someone that would agree with you 100% on that.
You say the word, and I'll re-up.
Again, that's one of those things. I don't have time. It's an investment.
I mean,
Like I'm.
especially for 14, because the base storyline it's good, but it's definitely heavens ward and on that the story gets absolutely fucking breathtaking.
I know, and I'm just like, I just want to spend some time. So anyway, let's get through it because we're probably breeze through the news anyway. But yeah. Now, well, you know what?
No, truly, if
I
you
should
ever
say-
want, like a good anime starter palette, just let me know and I can create.
I'm gonna see how Bebop goes. But I will say that I was gonna get worried because I'm like, oh, we're going long, but then I forgot we started a lot earlier than usual. So now I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, this isn't that. We'd be starting it like right now usually. So whatever.
Hell yeah. Look at that, cutie. I'm just looking one thing up here real quick. Oh, I reached for this guy, Mr. Mian.
Ooh, belly. All right.
Oh, look at that, Billy.
Um,
I'm just double checking one thing real quick here.
did I tell the story about how I found him outside?
No.
I
Oh, wait, no, yes, how you went to the gas station.
yeah.
And he was just
This
there.
fucking dumbass. Anyway,
Uh,
did you play anything else?
no, Digimon Survival is like the last like big thing I was playing, and I'm just shy of like halfway through it.
So let's see. Been playing Card Shark. It's pretty
How
cool.
was that?
It's cool, but it is not a. It's not a very relaxing game because there's a lot of memorization. I don't like when I have to memorize a lot of shit. So it's like, hey, here's all these games. Do you want to play these games? And I have to kind of reorient into my brain to be like, all right, which game am I playing? What are the processes around it? What do I have to do? Which is, again, that's not really a fault of the game because it's like, yeah, you're a card shark. You memorize all these different kind of moves, but it's like, yeah, my brain's not working. So I've been on and off on it. It's cool. I thought I'd like it a lot more than I am right now, but I think I'll grow fonder of it whenever I just really get into it more, but it's so cool. The game I've been playing a lot of is Neon White. Game's so fucking slick. Stories good. Dialogue's a little cringy at times. But it's a good time so far. I should be done with it soon. I was playing when you got in there. I think I have like, ooh, let me go look real quick. Actually, I could see on here. 2, 3. I have like 15 levels out of like 100 left, so I'm like the tail end of that. And I've also been collecting everything as it is too. So I'm almost done with that. That'll be good to knock that off the backlog. So I've been doing that. Still doing Marvel Snap, for better or worse. I need to stop playing that game, but like I'm so fucking addicted to it.
I understand though, because that was one of the things that like I was still really enjoying Magic, but I'm like, I gotta stop playing these games where it's just playing the game and not actually leading to an endpoint.
Yeah, well, the end point for me was I was almost max rank. I was fucking 96 goddamn rank, and I just need 4 more. But at that point, I'm just like, there were some people that pulled some bullshit cards out. And I'm like, motherfucker. And then I just like one card. I was like, motherfucker, just give me this goddamn card. And then sure up the fucking store pops up, $50 if you want to get this like cool anime girl version of her. I'm like, no, I'm not paying you $50. I'll get it on my own goddamn fucking terms. And so it popped up on my store. I pinned it. So all I need is 100 more tokens. So whenever I should probably pull it. Probably by tomorrow, I think. At some point, I'll have that card finally. And that card's a little busted right now. But yeah, no, I like it just because it is what it is. But I'm trying to slowly wean myself off of it so I can get some other shit done. I feel like I played something else. No. However, I did, during the break, get into a little bit of Moist Critical talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I didn't realize the game got to a point where turns take 20 minutes. You can win on turn 1. And did we talk about this? How what the average word count went to?
No.
Average word count of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card went from like 15 words to 79.
Jesus.
That game's fucking stupid. I wish I could get into it again. I'm not going to, but
No.
it's
The
ridiculous.
closest I ever got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Was that game on Steam there.
I did download that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna do anything with it, but I did download it.
It's fun for the nostalgia, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm probably gonna be with it. I did play a little bit of Hyper Demon. That game melted my brain too much, so I couldn't handle it. So I'm like, all right, this is not a game for me right now. Played a lot of Cook Serve Delicious.
That's a fantastic game, honestly.
Dude, that is a game where when you are which I say about memorization, right? But it's not. Card Shark's a little more slower paced, but like Cook Serve Delicious is like you will fucking memorize this right the fuck now, otherwise you will lose. And dude, when you see someone, I remember Giant Bomb sold me on this, was when you're in a Zen and Cook Serve Delicious and you just know what you see the order and you just know what buttons to push. It's so fucking weird but satisfying. Where it's like, all right, do that, cool, timing it, and then you're like knocking everything out. You're like, all right, I was about to burn, save. Ooh, move down there real quick. Save.
Have you played that co-op yet?
No.
It's such a satisfying co-op experience because one person basically acts as like the sous chef, calling out all the orders and helping out with all the.
Oh, like not actual co-op, but like.
Yeah, well, you still play with 2 controllers, and then you pass control midstream. But one person actively acts as calling, and then the other person does the things. But then it'll switch the control scheme around, so that way now the other person is playing and you're calling it. So it actually creates like a team dynamic where one person is just responsible for memorizing the buttons, and it's almost kind of like bomb defusal. Where you're really relying on the communication and teamwork of it. It changes the game dynamic so much. It's really fun.
What's the game called? Is it called Diner Dash or something? It's on VR. That's a fucking fun co-op game. I think it's on PSVR. If it is, I need to look for another version of it because I want to play it again. It is one person's watching on screen, and they're taking the orders to the tables. VR person's making the orders.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
And
If
VR
you
person,
remember what that is, let me know because
I think I'm gonna look it up. I think it's Dire Dash, but it's like VR person can see it too, but it's easier for the person that's taking orders. So taking orders, you're hey, got a burger, double cheese, do this, and they're like, all right, cool, doing that, and then you gotta take the orders to the table is the right spot. It's like, yeah, that's. Let me go look real quick.
That's fucking great.
Yeah, dude, that was one of my favorite games on PSVR. Let me see. Uh, see.
All right, and while you're double checking that real quick, I finally figured out the episode titles. So without actually spoiling the series, the 3 episodes of Cowboy Bebop that I do recommend the most are Stray Dog Strut, Mushroom Samba, and Puero Le Fou. Those 3 episodes I feel like are the definitive, fantastic episodes that give not only a great glimpse of Cowboy Bebop's narrative storytelling, but also as a good introductory point for all the different aspects that can be found within anime.
Okay, good news. It's on Steam. The Diner Duo.
Hell yeah, we have to look into that at some point.
Yeah, so it's Chef plays in VR, Cook plays on the same computer that the VR is taken to, and you're just mashing that out, and you gotta kind of like it's really cool because yeah, you're just working together on that, and it's just a fun flow. It's a good gameplay loop. Yeah, I gotta get that on PC, I guess. Yeah. All right. Anyway, what else did I play? Play anything else?
All right, what do you think of that? I gotta pee again real quick. This fucking sour is going through me right quick.
Good lord.
I got this fucking computer's case. It's gonna kill me one day.
Anyway, let's see. Let me talk about some of the stuff on Steam that I guess I'm doing because David's gone. Got Potato, got Dungeon Munchies. Which I might start this weekend. I've heard this is really good. There's Card Shark. Super Delicious. I want to play that game. Where was it? What was the game that? Oh, okay, that's why. No, that's not. What was my recent activity? Because I bought it, but it shouldn't just be like that. There was some game that I bought. Why is it doing this weird thing where it's not showing me some of that stuff? Oh, The Case of the Golden Idol. I heard that's really good, so I'm excited to play that. I'm gonna install this now because I heard this is really good too. Let's see.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I just went through a couple of other Steam games I want to get through. And I have on my to-do list of what I need to get done just in the next like month of work stuff. I also have a games to finish or at least get going thing.
All right, and then the news will be pretty quick to bang out here.
Yeah, so go.
First,
Yeah, go for it.
I was gonna say, first up, Bloopers team had an interview with the gaming magazine recently. They have confirmed that they're committed to keeping Silent Hill 2 as close to the original as possible, but did say there are certain areas where things will need modernizing due to the passage of time.
This is gonna break your stream for like 1 second. Hold on.
All right.
Okay, just gotta refocus that. Okay. Here's the thing.
Yep.
I hope that doesn't mean story. I hope that means gameplay. That the way they phrase it worries me that it's story.
It worried that for a little bit because already with the Silent Hill 2 and 3 Remastered Collection, there were a few things that were edited down. So it makes me wonder if maybe more of the sexual overtones of the story might get swept down quite
What
a
got
bit.
swept down in the HD collection? Not in 2. I didn't play 3. Remember that. Just 2.
Gotcha. In 2, they basically removed anything that was reminiscent of what Pyramid Head was doing to the nurses.
Okay.
So a lot of that visual symbolism was.
I don't agree.
removed.
Okay.
And there were a couple other scenes involving the nurses that they just kind of like toned down a bit.
Okay. Are they very sensitive topics? Of course. The game is a very vulnerable game though, and
Yes.
it's not edgy for the sake of being edgy. It is
No,
this is
it's not
grotesque and this is
glorified.
very bad because this is the mind. So I know you and I have been a
I have
lot
a certain privilege about this conversation.
No.
topic.
I would say is you and I over the last decade have adjusted our approach towards a lot of
Are you saying we have calmed down from our younger selves a little bit?
Okay, let's keep it like 150%. You extraordinarily have changed in a lot of ways you approach topics.
That's fair.
I have changed probably about like 90%. There's still 10% of me that's like, I'm still a little bit of a troll and still have a little bit of that side of me where it's like, yeah, that's just kind of a personality trait. Chris, love the guy unabashedly, but like he has
He's
too.
100%
Like
fuck around and find out.
not
Like,
100%.
there's-
So he has also definitely reeled it back from the olden days. We all have because as much as we all want to kind of get around it, the internet was different back then.
Oh yeah.
I'm so glad that we weren't older on the internet because that would have been a terrible place, a lot more heinous. Chris has toned down, but he is a lot more open and like old school internet. Not, and I say it like it's not egregious. It's not like weird
He's
like.
not shouting the gamer word left and right.
No. It's not anywhere remotely that. But on the podcast, obviously, there's been times where David's been more uncomfortable with conversations that joke that would have been like 10 years ago. David would have been like laughing hysterically. Now he's like, well, there's stuff in David's life that's changed. It's like, yeah, that's the same thing with mine. There's certain subjects that have approached my life that I'm like, all right.
There's definitely some words that, over time we have stopped using entirely. Some jokes we just don't really humor anymore.
And occasionally there are jokes that still make it through that makes one of us not happy with it. But I mean, like, on the grand scheme of things, that's not anywhere near the people that way back then would have laughed at literally fucking anything. So it's like,
Yeah, and
whatever.
the key thing is we all know that even if we don't necessarily like the jokes or approve of the jokes, we know they're not necessarily coming from any place of malice either.
Right. Yeah, no, it's we know each other as people and we know there's nothing heinous, and it's like these are the jokes that one of us might not like is the most extreme of it all. There's nothing like really beyond that.
What if Hitler was right? Just maybe he was onto something.
Did you see? Oh, I don't know what the podcast is. What the fuck was that podcast? I know it's a popular podcast, but I don't know what the name of it is. Hold on.
Speaking of podcasts, shout out to Small Town Murders. I've been now having an excuse to go back through that series again.
It's so good.
Oh, man.
So good.
I just got done episode 55, which if I remember correctly, on the number at least, is the one about that fucking teenager that fucking butchered the 5-year-old and then shellacked the bones. And
Yeah, you can tell me anything though. Those are road trip podcasts for me because they're so long, but a lot of the details leave my brain. So, but they do it so elegantly, which is nice. I love the format, which is one guy's in the dark, one's not, and it's you get both sides of it, which is a genuine reaction and like a steering the pathway. And their tagline's perfect because that podcast definitely offends some people, but they're assholes. They're not scumbags, which I agree with. But that podcast, literally everyone I've ever heard from that podcast too fucking loves it, and it's just so good. Sometimes I wish it was a little bit shorter because I really want to just binge the shit out of it. But
Yeah,
like
because some episodes are pretty quick. They're like, 40, 60 minutes, but then they do have some of them where
the average is like an hour and a half, 2 hours usually.
yeah,
Usually, even like 3 hours. But like the whole podcast, no matter how long, is quality. So
agreed. Cannot recommend them enough, genuinely. Some of the episodes are definitely a hard fucking sit. Like the episode that was about the fucking teenager that went ahead and kidnapped that kid and kept breaking his bones in his bed, and just every fucking day kept re-smashing them and re-breaking them. And the kid like crawled somehow to the fucking downstairs and called the cops, and they thought it was a joke, so they didn't respond at first.
what episode is that? Do you know on the top of your head?
I don't. It's like in the 30s somewhere. But that was
That
such a
sounds
fucking.
heinous.
Oh, that one was a very hard set.
And you know what? It's hard, but then you get vindicated because they're good comedians and they roast the fucking ever living shit better than you can. Like they roast the
Yeah.
ever loving shit out of just whoever's like heinous on there.
They-
I'm sure the cops also got fucking ridiculed on there
yeah,
too
the
by that
cops
one.
really got fucking torn apart on that one. And the one of the other ones I listened to recently, they took a lot of time roasting the defense lawyer because of how fucking scummy they were about trying to throw the victim under the bus.
I want to watch them live someday. I'm gonna try to do that
Are
sometime
they
this
still
year.
doing live shows for that?
Yeah, they have been. I don't know if they have some. Let me go look real quick.
Yeah, because I
They definitely were
for something.
as of last year.
Gotcha. So, I mean, granted, I'm still listening to episodes from 2018, so it's like, oh yeah, they're doing live shows. Great. Well, I mean,
They do virtual live ones if that's ever of interest to you, at least.
ooh, all right.
Let's see. Let's
Now
see.
that I've had the big cough, I definitely don't want to go through that again.
Yeah, they're still doing live stuff. They got
yeah.
stuff next month.
Maybe that could be a thing we plan at some point. Is maybe we plan to like meet up somewhere to go do one of their live events and fucking make a weekend out of it or something.
I definitely want to do something like travel wise. That'd be nice, and we need to get. I know Chris is not gonna do it, but we need something around there.
Yeah, we'll plan for something that happens to be near Chris, and then we'll just fucking go see him. He doesn't get a say in it.
Ooh, they'll
He'll
be
show
in
up at his
Denver.
house uninvited.
They'll be in Denver in July. I might actually do that.
Hell yeah.
7-hour drive. But that's not the worst.
That's not terrible.
Nah, they're doing something in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, DC. Yeah, so they do stuff, but yeah, they do virtual live ones. I watched them like.
When's that Philadelphia one?
I want to say it was August. There was two. There was two in Pennsylvania over the course of this year.
Ooh,
What's up, Arya?
Pennsylvania. Anything in the tri-state area would be easier for me to potentially.
Yeah, that's why I named that one off for you.
Yeah.
Really quick, just to go back to it. Two Bears, One Cave. Have you heard of that podcast?
No.
I know they're popular. I don't know the backstory, but I got someone posted a picture on Facebook. I just looked at the backstory of it, and for the birthday, they got the one guy got the other guy Hitler's teacup.
Like actually Hitler's teacup?
Are you on the stream?
Yeah.
Go watch. Yeah, watch the stream. Two
there's
Gores, one
basically
David. Nailed it.
Hell yeah.
A 99% probability to do like cash deliveries. It gives me anxiety that I know I have
Let's
to
give
do
him. How did maybe
They had to start the podcast with it. We want to because they were laughing like he was dying, but they had to start the podcast of, hey, by the way, we don't endorse Nazis. Like, come on, like, dude. Of course you don't, but that's a fucking hilarious gift. I'm sorry if one of you motherfuckers got me a gift, I'm like, what is this? This is fucking Putin's soccer ball. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Listen,
Well, it's funny you bring that up because I actually have a weird family story. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. My family is full of bullshit. Everyone in my family, to some degree, lies about something in the family history. I genuinely don't know how much of my family history is actually true or not. Because everyone in my family lies about something along the way. Or hyper embellishes things along the way.
Sure.
Because they have that much of a hatred about the other person in the story that they have to embellish it to them.
is it to the and it's and I don't know why I'm asking. I'm sure it's like it's to the point where they bullshit so much they believe it.
Yes.
David is related to Jesus. That is one lie.
No, it does. This actually does have to do with Hitler. So one of the stories that I don't know if is true, because honestly I just haven't spent the time to like actually look into the regimental history of it. But supposedly, my great grandfather was in the company that stormed Hitler's offices and had stolen one of the flags in his office, and that was one of his prized possessions, was the tattered flag that he fucked up and stole from Hitler's office. So I've never bothered to look into the regimental history to see if any main corps were part of the raiding party that invaded Hitler's office. So I gotta imagine that should be a pretty easy thing to figure out. But that's just been one of those weird stories that have been passed down the family that I'm like, I don't know, he's fucking old enough to have been involved in it, but fucking who knows?
Abag, yes, stole or took it for saving it from destruction.
I mean,
Here, David.
look, I come from a very white French family, although, what the hell is that, man?
All right. Let me play his clip. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, actually, no, let me turn the audio on real quick. There we go, now I'm listening.
His upbringing or a childhood like his could make jokes and whatnot, or talking, getting coffee with you.
It sucks, man. But so
Because I think there's a few I could survive. Sorry if that's too abrupt a transition.
I was trying to set a limit on so people know we did, jet ski or e-bike, jet ski, private charters, a fucking race car. And then we talked about how this is going to get out.
This is
out of control.
This is the look on that guy's face that we were talking about earlier when I said I bought you a race car. Ready? And you know the guy I'm talking about. This is the look. So if you guys can get that impression, put it in the comments.
The guy dancing, just laughing
I
in the
tell
background.
Bert this. I go, I'm not gonna bow out of this thing. I go, but we keep raising this, and right away you go like, let's not do it. It gives me anxiety that I know I have
It's
to
giving me massive anxiety because your birthday's in April.
Yeah, so-
I know your birthday. I know your birthday better than I know Leanne's.
Yeah.
I think about your gifts for you more than I ever.
Trying to set like I go, we're gonna still spend money.
Yeah.
Just like try to bring it down to earth. Well, I end up going black market on this gift, right?
When do I get it?
It's right here.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
So hold on. I end up having I put a feeler out, and I get like, there might be a guy, and then there's a guy who knows a guy, and I have to get cash because they're like
Wait,
this type
what
of
the
thing
fuck?
doesn't have like, you can't like use your credit card. So now I'm having to do like cash deliveries and cash withdrawals and like trying to get the
When you know where
amount of
it's
money
going, it's
that
hilarious.
this person wants for this thing. And I know that I know that you like history, and
I do. Oh my God.
So hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. If you're about to give me Nazi
Hold on,
memorabilia,
no, just
I'm going to be so excited.
this is for real. I'm not kidding you. Go ahead, and I'll tell you the story once you take the top off.
Is it going to bite me?
No. Okay. That teacup set was at the Haus Wachenfeld on the Obersalzberg. And in 1936, Gertie Troost, whose husband was Hitler's architect, she was his interior designer. She had that teacup set at her apartment in Bad Reichenhall, and a man named Isaac Hahn was gifted it. He sold it to an unknown collector who later sold it to a man named Richard Michael Colliker, who sold it once more to the unnamed party, and we acquired it. And there is basically a 99% probability that you're holding something that the Fuhrer drank from at his vacation home.
This is Hitler's cup?
That was Hitler's cup. Yeah. Put it to your lips. Put it to your lips.
such a mixture of emotion in that man's face.
Isn't that cool? Happy birthday.
Oh, this is the best birthday present ever. I'm supposed to destroy it. I'm supposed to destroy it.
No, you can get a lot of money for that. You can get a lot of money for that.
You're getting in my hand. You're making me hold Nazi memorabilia. I thought it was gonna be Winston Churchill's. I was so excited. The furious.
It totally belonged to Hitler. Dude.
Oh my God!
Do you
I'm crying.
realize he may have been like, go get those gypsies. Like, let's sip from it.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Yeah.
It's Hitler's teacup.
Dude. It was $22,000.
Holy shit! I didn't see that part.
Oh, we're gonna get in so much trouble.
And to complete the set, I got you some Yeezys. It's gonna be it's a full thing, man. You're set up now.
Fucking wild.
Look at the bottom.
Oh, this is great.
Put your coffee in it.
I don't want to ruin it. I'm just gonna keep it right here and put the top back on it. How many people are gonna come to my house and how can I see Hitler's?
So fucking wild.
Hey, can I see Hitler's cup?
Oh, I love this new angle of birthday gifts.
It's fun, right?
Look.
Then let's get it clean. I do not support Hitler or the Nazis. Thank you. Thank you.
I think it's important that it's out there.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Speaking of which, cruel irony. Again, just to kind of continue on this theming that we got going on right now.
Great Blue Rupees
so my
episode.
buddy
So much
Nat-
games.
Yeah, exactly. All these games that. No. So my buddy Nat, one of the guys that you played Ready or Not with there, he is Jewish, but he also at the same time has like a fascination with Germany's war history. And so it's this weird
He's a bit of a
dichotomy
masochist, huh?
where he specifically finds like World War I Germany more interesting, so he always tries to find like old Iron Crosses whenever he can and stuff like that.
Okay.
But around here, anytime you go to like the flea markets or trade shows or anything, you can only find World War II stuff. And there's been a few times where he's found like maps of German encampments and stuff where he's like, I really kind of want that, but because of like all the SS shit on it, I feel like I probably shouldn't own that as someone that's Jewish.
Dude, and then when they cash it, say you're a masochist, dude.
Exactly.
Got into that shit. Dude.
But yeah,
fucking
no,
Hitler with the fucking teacup. Yeah, I can take him out.
But last kind of weird family thing while we're on this kind of subject too aside, there is one weird family history thing about mine that I found out probably actually has merit because of a DNA. I took one of those like ancestry DNA test things, which within the aside, I feel lied to. I have a very French last name. I come from a very French fucking family. I grew up in a family where
You're actually Mexican.
switching between close. The Mexicans are the whites. But no, I kind of grew up in a family where listening to people switch between French and English was just common, and you kind of, even if you didn't grasp French, just being in the family, you grasp enough of the concept of what they were saying, just because of the
Where's
other
this going?
English words that went around it. I am actually apparently predominantly Irish. I technically have like 45% European, but it's such a diluted mixture of European that my 35% Irish is the most consistent one thing I can say. So I am technically more Irish than anything else.
Oi, wee lad.
So I am the Mexican of whites. Because as we all know, Irish are not real white people. They're just meant to work on the railroads.
Maggie says, David, can you talk French?
I know, like, words here and there.
Say one word.
Chapeau. I also know a thing that I used to get slapped for saying when I was younger. And I never, like, got an exact answer of what the fuck it actually means. But et de Christ de Moses. Oh, fuck, it's been so long since I fucking said it. Et de Christ de Moses. Fuck, I can't remember the full thing now, actually. Emoji, piton, I say a lot when I'm fucking frustrated with things and I can't remember what something is. So the first word that just comes to mind is piton. I know, I can't say hell yeah in French. Maybe one day I will look up how to say hell yeah in multiple languages and that'll be what I say.
Here you go, David.
What are you sending me? Where are you sending it to me?
Look at the stream.
And faire where?
Can you start saying that? Gore's gonna get mad. This is a dumb joke. Stop saying it.
And for where? But no, there is one. But to tie that into the other reason why I say this is important is so when I took that family ancestry thing, there was one family story thing that growing up I had always assumed was an embellishment.
Okay.
But at the same time was something that I took to heart because just in case I wanted to be safe. So one of the things that my uncles taught me when I was younger is don't date anyone from this area.
Wonderful.
Always try to date people not from this area. And the running thing that they always told me is we have so many fucking cousins we don't know about.
And then you moved to Maine.
That it's just safer to not date in this area. And I tried getting like some information from some people in the family of like why. I don't fucking understand. And one of the stories I heard was that one of my great grandmothers had apparently had a side business where she would get knocked up and sell the babies. And that was just a thing she did for a while.
So
And
it's like
so
it's like
that was-
OnlyFans, but like babies.
Yeah, exactly. So that was one of those things where it's like, you know, growing up, I would hear all these weird things. And I'm like, you know, just to be safe, let's not potentially diddle a cousin. And so I've never dated in my local area because of that.
Shout out to grandma.
Apparently that was fucking a good thing because once I did the ancestry thing of just the people that have also done the same exact ancestry test and allowed their profiles to be linked, I had 600 cousins.
Shout out to grandma, dude. Let's go. 600 cousins. Fucking Alabama up there in Maine.
So it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, no, maybe that's one of the family stories that wasn't embellished.
So did you and your fiance have to get a DNA test before you guys were like, all right, before we take another step, let's make sure we do this DNA test, make sure we're good.
I mean, she's from way out of state, so I didn't have to worry about that at all. There's only been a few people in the family that have moved to different areas in the country, but they anglicized their last name, and nothing is really kind of... Again, I would keep an eye out for the anglicized version of the last name.
I was telling... Who did I tell this reason to? I forget. How when I was in Maine, all I did was look around for any other Mexican. I couldn't find a single one. Even though there are burrito trucks and everywhere, it's not a single goddamn... I only have a single
Anyway,
brown person.
nothing but poutine.
Yeah. Let's see. David, were you born in Maine? That's at Becky.
Yeah, born and raised in Maine. I have visited over half the states in the country, but I have never lived anywhere else.
Trey 50 says, send my Tinder area I'm straight to Maine. At Becky, why not? Keep it in the family. Support family business.
Nope.
Trey 50 says, I think my family goes back to Yugoslavia. Family tree.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Becky said, wait, there's a chance that Gore is David's cousin? Aw.
No, I don't think there would be, because I think
Gore's
the
Italian.
states that my family branched out to were like far, far west coast. And again, they went with such a specific anglicized version of our last name that I mean I could say it is there's the likelihood of anyone guessing what the non-anglicized version is slim to none, but I mean King is the last name it became. So there are some kings out there I am related to, which is a sentence that I suppose technically is accurate, but
So like King Hitler?
yeah, King Hitler. But no, like Don King, maybe I'm related to Don King, so
At Becky says, the West Coast, Kyle could be related to Big Dave.
it's true.
There you go. All right. Shout out to Silent Hill 2. I hope they don't remove those scenes. Go back to I really hope they don't. That phrase makes it sound like they're gonna swap around any of the story thing. They'd be doing an incredible disservice. I get why they'd want to do that. I get it, but
Yeah.
I also just I mentioned this. Gore doesn't agree with me. I shouldn't say he doesn't agree with me because I'm not really making a stance. I'm more curious. I'm wondering if Silent Hill 2 is gonna do well. It's not. It's a very cult heavy game. Everyone knows about it, but it's not a very.
It's not mainstream.
It's not a very mainstream game. The gameplay, it has to be really lifted up, and even then, even if the gameplay is like modern, that would take it a little bit away, I think, honestly too. But I just don't. I don't see the casual person playing Silent Hill 2 and really understanding or caring, because they just think, ooh, scary, spooky game, ooh. Because even then, anything that comes out of Silent Hill 2 is Pyramid Head, and Pyramid Head like even has been misinterpreted even by Konami itself by being in Dead by Daylight and stuff like that too.
I mean, in being in any game other than Silent 2, it's been
Right.
fucking misinterpreted.
So it's like
but...
that whole like everything about Silent Hill 2, not to sound snobby, but also being snobby, everything about Silent Hill 2 is misinterpreted as it is.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it? I want the remake, fuck yeah, but
I want it to succeed, but you bring up an excellent point of like this. Honestly, it's not gonna be like the Resident Evil remakes where like everyone's fucking talking about them.
Resident Evil makes sense as a remake because it's like it's a horror game.
And it
There's
honestly,
nothing-
Resident Evil has done a much better job of staying in the zeitgeist. As shitty as its fucking movies are, there's like what 7 of them.
Sure, but even in the grand scheme, like yeah, Resident Evil turned into an action thing and it wasn't. That's whatever. It's not here or there. There's no Silent Hill 2. It's weird because like Silent Hill 2 is loved by the core for all the deep dives of Silent Hill 2 on YouTube. That's why that game is incredible. I don't go back to our games gone by for that. Like, we're not talking about the gameplay. We're talking about the atmosphere and like the story. Atmosphere and story, and even like the direction
Hell,
of like
I think we even had just like a 20-minute dialogue on just one line in one of the endings.
and even then like the bad voice acting is the uncanny valley of it is like it's bizarre because that game is loved for so many weird things, but it's like not gonna. I don't think it's not gonna mesh with the modern demographic. But also, are they gonna give a shit? Are they gonna play the game and be like, oh, this is silly? But then I don't know if we're at that point where they're gonna like it because they need fucking like PlayStation came in here and like made like Last of Us and like Last Part 2, and it's like that's like oh super serious, depressing and mature. Babies first, I'd say. I don't Last of Us like 1, I think was I love it, still do. Last of Us 2, I say is like baby's first real hyper like art house style game because it was very divisive in how it worked, but I didn't like it. But this is like really, really, really art housey, and I don't think it's gonna go over well with the mainstream audiences. And I don't even know about modern reviewers because modern reviewers miss the mark on a lot of games.
You know, I feel like it's a division on what people are looking for in games. And I feel like definitely, especially where we are in gaming now, where we're just so oversaturated with how much is coming out. I mean, it's very well established that most reviewers don't even have the time to finish every game they're playing through. I don't think that Silent Hill 2 is a game that you can, even if you, let's say you wanted to just play through it just to get to an ending and then write up a review, that's a game you kind of have to let simmer along the way. You can't just rush through Silent Hill 2. There's so much nuance. There's so much atmospheric storytelling. There's just so many little bits and pieces to a grander tale that just rushing through it for the sake of completing it, you miss so much of the heart and the difficult subject matter that there is to tell. Honestly, Stop Skeletons from Fighting again has some of a phenomenal analysis.
The one part
videos
that
on
sticks
just
out to me the most is how the director made it so that like when you walk to a certain part, it scares you because you have to trigger that one specific spot, and it makes it so like they planned it out so that you can't outrun it, and you'll still be walking. Like it's so crazy. But the closest thing I'm thinking of that is like Deadly Premonition.
Yeah.
Where people panned it. It took like Jim Sterling being like, guys, look at this game. Like, you're not getting it. And all of a sudden everyone got it afterwards, right? But everyone panned the shit out of that game. But that was kind of the point, right? The game is what the game is what it is, but
Yeah.
you don't get that unless you're really like introspective and understanding of that, right?
Well, that's just it. Because I mean, that game, it wears its inspiration on its sleeve. It's heavily inspired by Twin Peaks, and people went into it expecting like the next Resident Evil or Silent Hill instead of just looking at it like, no, this is basically the creator doing Twin Peaks in a video game form.
Twin Peaks is I told you I had that box set one day.
Oh my god!
One day,
you need to
dude.
fucking go through Twin Peaks. It's so
Dude, this summer, I'm thinking of like,
Oh.
this summer what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make like a list of like 3 shows, 3 movies, 3 games. What do I do? And I'm gonna tell like everyone like I'm gonna pick my own. I'm gonna go through my list. I'm like, this is the one that I've been wanting to do. Maybe ask you and Gore, which is on your list? What's like one that you
go
guys
through
say?
Twin
And
Peaks, 100%. Just oh my god, genuinely one of my favorite fucking series.
I know, I love it. Like it's one of those things. It's like I have I ever talked about my rainy day fund?
No.
Let me go through that in a second. Let me go through some of the chat here. They've been chilling. Which game would you get first? Modern Warfare 2 2022 or Callisto Protocol?
Callisto Protocol.
The multiplayer, if you're big on multiplayer, Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer I hear is killer. Callisto Protocol and the campaign's good. Callisto Protocol is more my speed, but take it multiplayer wise, go for
Call
that.
of Duty multiplayer. Battlefield has always been better.
Fair. David, did you make any of the food from your cookbook that you got from Christmas?
Yeah, I did do up one of the recipes from one of the cookbooks I got. One of the cookbooks I got was the Bob's Burgers official cookbook. So I have like 70 tabs in that book of recipes to try, and I tried out one of the Gruyere burgers.
Nice.
Was fantastic.
I got my mom that one for last year, I think. So I do this thing where I have a rainy day fund, and we're not like DSP. I don't know if you ever heard DSP didn't know what a rainy day fund is.
No.
He thought that a rainy day fund meant that you saved your money for a day that you would splurge on everything. He said, yeah, rainy day fund, isn't that like when like you're gonna go to like the amusement park or something and it's a rainy day, so therefore you just spend it on doing something else? Everyone told him no. He called the chat fucking idiot until enough people told him no that he's like, well, I guess my teacher was wrong. That's the way he taught us. Also, shout out to Gore. He has a good DSP shirt now. Anyway, I do this thing where I keep stockpiling shit that I like for a day that I'm like, oh, I maybe I pull out, but I just don't use them.
Yeah.
And I had a good epiphany where I was sharing on the Tool subreddit where I've never listened to the Holy Trinity, which as a Tool fan, if you know, if there's one Tool fan out there, you know that's a fucking like maddening thing. I've listened to everything aside from like the Holy Trinity, which is there's 3 songs that people say is like the absolute peak of this whole band. And I'm not listening to those ever like that. And I've just saved them. I have this like niche thing, and I was talking to someone and I was like, that's really cool. Also, what happens if you just die and you just don't get to experience all that? I'm like, that is a fantastic point, and I need to reevaluate the way I start doing this because I got so much Raid 8 fun that yeah, I could save a good one, but I need to start just knocking some of this shit out because like I'm withholding a lot of stuff from me that I would knowingly love. So Twin Peaks, yeah, that's one that I keep eyeballing. It's right down there. I look at it every single time. I'm like, soon. That's not gonna be one of those things I just stockpile, leave there forever. I'm gonna watch that. I need to watch that. But yeah, like that was the Kentucky Route. I only do that with things I know. I'm like, there's zero possibility I do not absolutely adore this. And that Kentucky Route Zero was one of those that sat on my Raid A fund. I was like, all right, I need to actually pull one from the Raid A fund. And I did that. And of course, that thing is the opposite of Last of Us, where it's like every time I think about the game, I'm like, God damn, that's a fucking amazing game. But yeah, that's I need to do Twin Peaks every time I think about it, especially because I love Kentucky Route Zero so much. I know you didn't quite relate them, but I know they're close enough where I'm like, the idea of the heart is still there, and I'm like, I'm gonna love it. I know I'm going to. But yeah, going back to it, Silent Hill 2 is gonna be interesting. I hope they don't nuke it for certain things. You need to keep that thing. It's uncomfortable.
You can't defang Silent Hill 2 because then you almost spit in the face of the point of it.
It's uncomfortable. That's the point. Why? Because it's spoilers. Like it's a lot. I'm not gonna. Yeah, you know what? No, I'm not gonna spoil it just because.
No, but it deals with a lot of very uncomfortable subject matter, and it does handle it in a very mature way. And at the end of the day, it is important to have media that challenges you.
I'm thinking it's, you know what, I have this weird gut feeling it's going to be hit hard because you and I understand that it handles it in mature ways. People are going to think everything's so dorky and corny and stuff that they're going to think it's not handled maturely. We're going to get, at least it's the internet now. Someone's going to write, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
But like, I think the general populace is going to think, I just have to, I'm not saying I should think, but there's like this weird tiny like 5% gut feeling in me that I'm like, I hope this, not that it gives a shit, right? We're going to love the game anyway. Like,
or I mean, unless they really fucking butcher.
How about this? At the end of the day, no remake, as butchered as it is, takes away from
the original. The original is always there. You can always go back to it.
Right. But for something that has been so sought after and wanted for years, I really think, and it just scares me because certain areas where things need modernizing due to passage of time, even like, even the gameplay, yeah, make it better, but like, I'm not supposed to enjoy my time in Silent Hill. That's the point.
Yeah.
It's weird, right? Like, I'm not supposed to enjoy my time. That's why I enjoy my time, because it's like everything about this makes me feel a certain way. If I was like having fun, like, ooh, I see something, well, bam, ooh, sweet, all right, dude, this is fun. I'm not supposed to have fun.
You know, that's kind of an interesting point because, like, there's a weird balance that has to happen with gameplay for Silent Hill because, yeah, the gameplay in Silent Hills 1 through 3 are absolute tanky survival horror, very much of their time bullshitness. But at the same time, when they finally made combat far more intuitive, like in Silent Hill Homecoming, it became fucking boring and not scary because I became a competent person in the world I'm in. And so, I'm being surrounded by all these demons and all these other horrible abominations, and who cares? I got a fucking steel pipe I can just whack on their head.
And that's why
I can just shake them with it, and it's not a problem.
That's why a lot of games, I think Gore I wish we had Gore on here for this part, was that you can't have a weapon in games these days and feel scared a lot of times, right? Because it's so clean. You're gonna get tanked in reviews if your gameplay is not clean. So everyone's gameplay is clean enough, but like if your gameplay is clean enough, unless you're like you get like 1 or 2 bullets every hour, or you get nothing, nothing's really like that scary to me.
I feel like there's 2 ways to go about it. I feel like the first way to go about it is what you said. You need to have very limited resources where, and definitely Silent Hill 1 did it a lot better. I feel like, honestly, Silent Hill 2 is a little over generous about the items.
Sure.
But it's one of those things that I feel like there needs to be a lot of scarcity to where you're really saving the good stuff for like where it matters most, and are otherwise forced to either just run or use what you have very sparingly. Or it needs to be a situation where, yeah, you're like kitted out, whatever, but the actual threats of the world just shrug it off because what the fuck is that to these otherworldly threats? Like, you have to go in one of those 2 directions where you can have a little bit of like that unnerving process almost, where, you know, everything else you've been able to actually, you know, feel like I got this, and then something comes along to take away that security feeling. I feel like that can be done very well. The first Sphere game honestly does that very well, where you're very much a kind of like SWAT-like fucking unit going through and clearing shit out, but there's a lot of threats within the game that take away that feeling of security, that even though, yeah, you are a kitted out soldier, you're still not left with the feeling of like, this is enough to deal with what I'm experiencing. And those are the 2 balances. I feel like when you just have one side, but not when it's not properly balanced for it, it's just frustrating, and it does kill the experience. So I kind of want the gameplay to be better, but still shit. Like, I want it to be like
No,
kind
it's
of like, honestly, the Xbox version. The Xbox version did it really well, where they
playable,
fixed the
but
controls
shit.
Exactly. They fixed the controls enough that you can comfortably move in the direction you want to go in, but otherwise than that, it's still tank-like combat and fighting against everything.
Because the thing is, current enemy or better gameplay diminishes certain enemies, right?
Yeah.
So like the crawlers, they're not tough enemies, but they're hard to kill because the gameplay shit. If you could just pop them in the head once, who gives a shit, right? Like,
Exactly.
okay. I had a Mac. I used to have a Mac a couple years ago when I got the Biden bugs when I bumped the PC. Anyway, yeah, no, it's like you never played Spec Ops: The Line, huh?
No, that's always been on my to-do list, because especially you've talked about a certain scene in that game that makes me very intrigued by the story.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk. I'm gonna spoil it.
I don't care
'cause-
about spoilers.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna tell it for the
go
chat.
it. Yeah.
I know you don't give a shit. For the chat mostly. If you want a really good story, go play Spec Ops: The Line. Otherwise, mute for the next like 2 minutes. The game, and Gordy disagrees with me here, but I stand by it. The game is not fun. It's generic as shit.
Yeah.
Playable, generic, not fun. I think that's the point. At no point in the game are you having fun. And gameplay is king for majority of games, sure. We're at a point though where it's like movies. Like, not every movie needs to be happy-go-lucky, cheery. I need to like enjoy and have a good time and come out. Like, there's some movies that just like fuck you up, because that's the point. And we're at a point in the medium where we can do that too. And gameplay is the primary way. And it just, that's the hard part too, though. Is like, if you're interacting with something, you want to move smoothly, and there's the way you can have smoothly play something, but just not have it be fun. That's the prime thing. And in the game, you go through a lot of heinous shit, and you're causing it, and it just gets to you more mentally. It gets to a point, and I'll save it from here because I don't know if I've gone over the minute, but the thing happens, and granted, this is the part where you wouldn't like it. I think this is the mentality you would check out with, but I think if you thought about it enough, you would appreciate it, but you wouldn't like it. Is there's a thing that happens in the game, and it's unavoidable, and it's supposed to make you feel guilty. And some people check out saying, well, it's unavoidable, so therefore it doesn't make me feel bad, because it's like you act as if I had a choice, but I didn't have a choice. Developer came and said, you have a choice, don't play it. And it's like, you would see it. I knew you had that reaction, but if you think about it, you're not wrong. You're not enjoying this game. You're not having fun. It makes you do a heinous thing. It is your choice to keep continuing doing this heinous thing. And you're saying it's not your choice, but it's your choice to technically continue.
I
But
see the.
I know, because you think very
logic
literal.
behind
Again,
it.
you hate when people guide your shit and tell you this is you. I know that's a you thing. But in almost a very philosophical way, you always have a choice. Do you want to continue down doing this? You have chosen, yes, you did. So you did, in fact, choose that you did that. It's a really weird thing. I think you'd appreciate it with more thought, but at first you're like, no, I wouldn't like it. But that's a kind of mentality that I kind of enjoyed it, because I'm like, that's so weird and bizarre, but like, I dig it. I get it.
How long is that game again?
Spec Ops: The Line.
No,
back-
how long is it?
Oh, like a couple hours. Let me see. Back compatible
I might
on Series
find,
X, by the way.
a rainy day weekend and just bang that out.
Yeah, I want to say it's backwards compatible too.
Oh, I have
6
it on-
hours.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. And what I appreciate for sure is like the game at first feels military shooter, sure. And like when you die, hey, hold X to, the standard death screen tips. But eventually it just gets to a point where the death screen just starts fucking with you, and you don't catch it at first, which is the coolest part, which you don't give a shit, which is fine. But like you don't catch it at first, but at some point, like you autopilot that, right? Because you as a gamer, like, I know all these tips, whatever. But then you kind of look at it, and at one point it just says like, do you feel good? And you're just like, wait, know what the fuck did that just say? And it's like you start fucking with you, adding like little bits and pieces, and just degrades more and more as you go on. Which again, I think that it's such a fascinating game. I want to play it again, doing that. But that's the style of like games by nature are supposed to be fun, but like this is a medium now that's like an entertainment thing.
I've always been of the mindset, and maybe it's just because I always have played RPGs for games. I either want a fun game or I want a good story. Give me one or the other, and I'm happy. You don't supply either, and I'm fucking pissed.
It took a while for me to get there because I played good games. Halo being one of the big story games was fun and had a good story. But I think it took until I think it might have taken until stuff like Spec Ops, and then even further, because that wasn't really a mindset I had. I appreciate it, but it didn't really hit until I think probably Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
Which is, this game is not fun. This game is very uncomfortable, but that's the fascination part of it, is the fact that something can be so tantalizing but uncomfortable, right?
Man, there's so many old horror games I'd love you to go through that I feel like now you would have the appreciation for.
Sure. Yeah, there's just so many like interesting ways to digest this media, which again makes me just, that's why I get frustrated at the things I don't like more, like fucking Part 2. That I'm like, I'm
Charles Barkley, Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. Chapter
you know what's funny is I thought about that game the other day, because I was going through some memory. I was pretty much, I say going through memory. I was going through and deleting a bunch of my fucking screenshots because I don't delete my pictures, and it just takes up so much room. So I spent like an hour and a half just deleting shit, and I got through some of those things. I appreciate ideas. I appreciate that. I think it went too corny and goofball mode to appreciate its own idea. I think, do I hate it? No, but I think, how many people made that game again?
Like 4 people.
I feel like there was a very clear divide among people as to who really wanted to go one direction, who really wanted to go other. They just agreed and met down the middle, and I think meeting down the middle was not the way to go about it.
Well, they didn't even agree. They didn't even go down the middle, because that was one of the things I brought up in the episode. Is one of the things they agreed on from the beginning is the first thing that they say is what's canon, and everything will just keep going from there.
Yeah,
so there was no like agreeing and kind of like, oh well, maybe we'll do this instead. It was just like, no, that's it now. We're just gonna build on that idea.
Which it's that itself, I don't know. So I here's the thing. Here's what I'd say. How long was the game again? Like how long it was?
Like probably like 5-6 hours.
So Did you've seen those Sonic fan dubs, haven't you?
No,
Snapcube?
no.
You should really watch them actually. I've been watching them through Gore and they're actually really fucking funny.
Okay.
What they do is they go through all like a lot of like game cutscenes and they'll redub it, but like they create the whole dub live in one take. And usually like a passing joke becomes the entire thing. So like in Sonic 06, Rouge the Bat makes a joke about Fortnite, like saying, "Look, this big computer, we can play Fortnite on it." And suddenly they keep going off that joke to the point where the entire story becomes about Battle Royale and Fortnite, where Shadow the Hedgehog's like, they teleport literally afterwards and they teleport and then Shadow goes, so this is Tilted Towers. And then they just start going and just like the joke that is like 2 seconds turns into the whole thing, which is funny, but it's short lived, right? It's like, all right, I got that burst of it, but I think staying in that for too long weared it down. But I appreciate the interesting ideas, sure. But yeah, like it's hard because I understand why it's such a weird thing because like I mean you also got like Nier Automata, which is a fascinating, incredible story, also fascinating, incredible gameplay, right? Like,
Oh man, I actually have a funny story about that. So I got the fiance to start playing that, and she's having difficulties getting through it because she refuses to complete the first mission of the game.
which is what again? It was
The very first mission is after, or I should say the first side quest rather. So after you do the shmup section and you fight the giant titan there and you land and you're talking to the resistance camp, the first subquest they give you is to go clear out and kill the machines that are big chilling by the ruins.
she's gonna
And
divorce
she's
your
like,
ass
"They're
when
not hurting anyone." I'm like,
when
"No, they're huh?"
she's gonna divorce your ass when you tell her what you did to that village.
I already told her. And she was not amused because she is a hyper empathetic person.
Yeah,
And
and
so that was
that
one of the reasons why I was like, I feel like you would appreciate the message and theming of this game.
until she finds out you literally they were waving white flags and like welcoming you. Like Gore mentioned that in a recent thing. I think he mentioned that on that his reaction to the Nier Automata anime thing about a week or two back. He was like, yeah, or you could look, those are robots that you kill if you're a fucking weirdo, fucking terrible person.
Yeah, no, so she has not progressed in the game because she doesn't want to complete that side mission and doesn't want to kill the little robots. She's like, they're minding their own business. Why would I do that? And I'm like,
Dude,
fair enough. I mean, you have got the message of this whole thing, but you still need to do it to continue on.
I'm gonna get like super real for a second. Isn't this is a weird thing to say? I hate having so much death anxiety because like I want to experience all this shit just constantly over and over again. I'm like, God, right now I wish I could play Nier Automata just again. I don't
Yeah.
have time. Time waits for no one, and I'm like, dude, all these fucking stories are so fucking good. I'm just thinking back
Really
to
is the weirdest thing. I never really put much thought into, yeah, I'm gonna die one day, and then I hit 30, and immediately after that point, every couple of months I have oh god, there's only so much time left. Like,
I've had a lot of death anxiety just for the last chunk of years, and it's just weird. I hate how the mind works. Where just like literally you can do whatever you want, and then your brain's like, hey, by the way, it ends.
zero
What the fuck are you
happiness
doing?
sometimes.
What are you doing? Why? But dude, yeah, I think back to like, dude, the story is just so fucking incredible and everything, and then just moments, just really, dude, when you go in, all the robots are just dead.
Yeah. Also, shout outs to Nier Automata. We've talked about this a lot in the Last of Us episode, and I think we even brought it up in the Nier Automata episode. But shout outs to games that really do give a lot of customization and unique ways for players to actually play and experience the games. Because the only other like action RPGs the fiance has played before is her favorite series, which is Fable. And Nier is definitely a different fucking beast from Fable. So it was bit overwhelming for her at first, so switching to the easy mode that has a lot of the auto options, and then just turning off the ones that she is actually comfortable with. So like having auto parries and dodges was great for allowing her to get used to some of the other controls, and then just removing those options once she got comfortable with them along the way.
Did she delete the delete that one that just destroyed her?
Yeah, no, I showed her that. I showed her the self-destruct on the moon ending. And I showed her what happens when you just self-destruct in general when you're not on the moon.
You play just regular Nier. Again, that's like something I got through and my brain just stops like, just savor it. I'm like, yeah, but then if I start savoring it, I'm not going to finish it. I leave it in the Xbox because it's not getting taken out. So I think I'm going to probably spend some, I don't know, I don't have time. After March, I'll probably get through a Nier. God, so many games. Anyway, shout out to Silent Hill 2.
Shout out to Silent Hill 2.
We're gonna skip on the AMD thing. I know you want to
I do
mention.
want to talk about it real quick. I'm not going to go into any real detail.
Okay.
But high level, anyone that has followed the latest graphics card launch for AMD knows that it's had a lot of heat issues. AMD has finally come out and said, yeah, our bad. We fucked up the vapor chambers. Get it RMA'd. So shout outs to AMD and NVIDIA for fucking up their new graphics card launches for both of their flagships. What shitty companies at the end of the day.
Shout outs.
Like, I still think that AMD is the better value. You only go NVIDIA at this point if you want the 4090. If you're not getting the 4090, there's no point to get any of the other 40 series. Just get the AMD 790. In which case, well, just get it from a third-party partner of AMD's, and don't get it from them directly.
I do think I saw a picture of someone that the scalpers are not winning this time. So someone bought a bunch of them and just sent a picture said, these aren't selling as much as I have, so I'm just selling them at MSRP because I don't want to send them back.
Yeah.
Shout outs. Get fucked.
I mean, shout outs to them having an MSRP. There have been a couple NVIDIA cards that just didn't even have an MSRP when they launched because NVIDIA gave up trying to figure out what prices should be. And then they just launched the 4070, and that tanked so fucking hard because it underperforms titanically, and for only $50 more, you can get the lowest end 4080. So,
hell yeah.
What's the point?
I've been hearing on and off about the Wizard of the Coast ones. Let's do that because I know we want to talk about the Atlas thing at the very end.
Yeah. So this one is real quick, and there's also an amendment to this, which is kind of interesting that I saw on Twitter earlier today. So Wizards of the Coast has had a love-hate relationship with the video games industry. There have been some phenomenal D&D games, but there's also been some terrible shit from them. Looking at you, fucking remake of Dark Alliance. Fuck off.
Hell yeah.
But they have apparently quietly canceled 9 games that were in development. So this doesn't, and they're unannounced. So this doesn't impact like Baldur's Gate 3. It's unclear if it impacts the Magic the Gathering Arena console ports, because that's been something that they've been promising for the last like 2 years, is a console port of Arena as well as a Steam port for it. But that still is yet to happen. It's unclear if that is counted in there. But supposedly, as part of this, Jason Schreier, who does a lot of these kind of leaked information articles, talked about a game that another studio was working on. He's like, yeah, I got confirmation that this game is canceled. Apparently, the developer reached out on Twitter today saying, yo, bro, that's news to us. We're still working on it as far as we know. To which he's like, ooh, well, that's confusing because Wizards of the Coast told me that you weren't working on it anymore. I will make a follow-up. And then the developer's like, hey, bro, why don't you get whoever it is from Wizards that told you that to actually say it out loud so that way we can all hear it. And he's like, that's not gonna happen. So, whoopsie. We'll see what happens with that.
Big ol' oops.
Either that was the studio's way of suddenly finding out that they were going to be axed from working on that project, or someone didn't get a memo somewhere and now they're in some serious fucking hot water if they ever figure out who it was.
Wonderful. Well,
So yeah, that's a thing. Wild to me that fucking Game Workshop that is behind the Warhammer franchises can fucking legitimately get like 30 Warhammer games, base and 40K out a year. But we can maybe get like one D&D game out like every 2-3 years if we're lucky.
if.
Yeah,
Big ol' if.
big ol' if.
All right. Let's talk this Atlas thing. Go back to this Persona 3 thing.
Hell yeah! All right, so Atlas has confirmed that they have like 5 games for 2023 that are unannounced currently.
They say this shit every year, though. Like, there's
Well,
always
the
like,
problem
hey, we
is
got a
that
lot of
Atlas is
shit for
bad at
Persona
holding
this year.
commitment.
Hey, we announced a shirt. Cool, thanks.
But no, there are specifically 5 games that
Okay.
they have that they are going to announce. They have already confirmed that all the announcements are going to wait until obviously after Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden hit consoles. But once those are out, they're going to start slowly releasing information. And to tie into our earlier conversation, this has been something that was part of the NVIDIA Shield leaks. And was something that has been confirmed multiple times over the last few months from insiders, is that one of the things that they are working on is a Persona 3 remaster from the ground up.
I want to look and see about all that. Because this is not portable.
No, this is a complete remaster from the ground up. So theoretically, in a perfect world, this would be a version of Persona 3 that would have all the content in it. We would have all of the FES content, all of the storyline of FES, and we would have the female protagonist and male protagonist options along the way. So it literally combined everything together.
Yeah, I'm looking at a Game Rant article that talks about, what was there any reason to play the core Persona 3 game or no?
Not really, because all of it is basically in Persona 3 FES. It's just some extra options are added in along the way, and there's the epilogue and a new character that's introduced along the way.
Let's see. I want to see what they're saying. Let's see. I want to see what they're saying because they said that this could be problematic, or the way they do about it could be weird. Well, it would. That's fair. It would be an intensive development process, but I mean that's kind of the point. Nah, that's a lame article. No, not a bad way, Game Rant. Sorry, but like, I don't know. Maybe it's just lame because we just talked about it, I guess. Interesting.
Yeah, so
Well,
this
what
could be the definitive way to play.
Wait, what was the leak? Where did it say that again? Because I'm trying to find. Was there anything else in that leak? Because I feel like I missed a lot in that leak as well.
The NVIDIA Shield leak had a lot of things. There was like legitimately over 100 games in that leak, and so far like 40 of them have come true. Some of the other stuff that was in there, a Final Fantasy IX remaster, which, considering there was talks of the Final Fantasy IX anime that made it more likely, which were announced after those leaks, made it seem like, okay, they must be building to something for that. I think there was a Final Fantasy Tactics remaster mentioned in there as well.
Let me go through it. So it says definitive compilation of League GeForce. We'll end on this, by the way. Was there that thing you wanted to say at the end that?
We'll save that for after this conversation. Because right now I'm really invested in this.
Okay. Definitive compilation. Let's go through it.
Yeah.
Okay, Sony. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Edition.
Yep.
Helldivers 2.
Yep.
Horizon Forbidden West still cooking. GC7 still cooking. Deracine. God of War. Returnal. Demon Souls. Ratchet and Clank. Sackboy. Ghost of Tsushima.
Yep.
All right. Gear 6, Oxide, Project Holland, Project Typhoon, Project Woodstock, the Initiative game, so presume Perfect Dark, Halo 5 Guardians, Avowed, Kalimba, Indus, Gravity. I don't know, a bunch of just shit we know. The Chrono Cross remaster, which I still gotta go through that. I still want to get that game. Is it still
It's
available?
a good game. It doesn't hit the same way that Trigger does, but
Is
if
the
you
physical
look at
copy
it
still
as
available?
just, like, the conglomerate of short stories, it's really good.
Is that physical still around? I forgot to even buy that.
Chrono Cross is dirt cheap. It's like $15-20 for a sealed copy
For Chrono Cross?
because they still print it.
Really?
Well, are you talking about the PS4 version or the
No, Switch.
Okay. I wouldn't recommend getting that one. It runs at a slower frame rate than the PS1 version does.
Oh, no, I want to get the remaster.
I genuinely would still recommend playing the PlayStation 1 version. It genuinely, the PlayStation 1 version runs better than the remaster.
But wasn't there something that was the Radical Dreamers thing that I wanted? Well, I don't know why I said wasn't there.
You
Yeah,
just play the fan translation of it.
God damn it. You're this kind of person. All right, let's go through. Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Order Reborn,
Yep, which we got that recently.
FF7 Remake, FF9 Remake, there you go.
Yeah, and the FS7 remake we did get on PC.
FF16,
Yeah, which we got that coming now.
Tomb Raider Anniversary, 2021 it said, so we did not actually get that.
Yeah, which makes sense because they sold Eidos, so yeah, that probably threw the wrench in that plan.
Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yep.
And it's announced by Square Enix, so we're just gonna move on. RE4 Remake, Street Fighter 6,
Yep.
Dragon's Dogma 2, Monster Hunter 6. It's gonna happen though. GTA remasters,
Yep.
BioShock RTX remaster, BioShock 2022. Oops. Mirror's Edge RTX remaster, Untitled Respawn game, Titanfall 3, Tekken 8,
Hell yeah.
Human Fall Flat 2, Talos Principle 2, Crisis 4, EDF 6, Bayonetta 3, Judgment and Lost Judgment, Catherine Full Body, SMT 5.
Which that one still hasn't happened yet for PC, but we'll see.
Right. It doesn't say anything else on that end actually. Let me keep going. Batman Arkham Knight RTX remaster, Half-Life 2 remastered, Project FPS. Let's see. So obviously it's not the complete thing because there's stuff we're missing. I don't know, we gotta. I haven't seen a Persona 3 thing on here though. It just said Persona 3 remaster. Or what did it say? Is this remastered or what?
Yeah, it's been rumored for a long time. It may not have been in that NVIDIA GeForce leak itself, but I know it's been circulating around since around that time originally. But it's been something that has been reconfirmed, well, on the rumor side at least, reconfirmed multiple times in the last few months, that Atlas has still been working on a remaster of Persona 3. Because that was one thing they wanted to address. Because they did do it for somewhat for like Persona 1 and the Persona 2 duology, where they wanted to create a, at the time, modern remaster for those games, where they at least remastered Persona 1 for PSP, and they brought the version, the first part of Persona 2 to English, which wasn't in English before, but those sold so poorly they didn't bother doing the last part of Persona 2. So still, in order to do the Persona 2 duology, you have to play the first one on PSP and then go play the second one on PS1. But
So wait, again, they're both on Vita though, so if I got the Vita stuff, then I'm good.
Yeah, if you got the digital store version, so Persona 2, Innocent Sin, PSP, and then Eternal Punishment, PS1, you're fine.
Yeah.
They're not the version. The PS1 version, I would. No, Eternal Sin's fine. The only one I wouldn't recommend playing of those is if you tried Persona 1. I wouldn't recommend either of those versions. I'd recommend doing a fan translation of Persona 1 for a couple reasons. The Persona 1 on PSP does fix a lot of the localization, bastardization that happened with Persona originally, but it adds a lot shittier music and a lot weirder things.
You have to understand this, David.
Yep.
I value my convenience over doing a lot of shit. So like, whatever's on Vita is downloaded. It's on there. It's gonna get played. Is there anything else I need to know besides that? It's just like just play whatever. Is there a Persona I play first, or what am I doing then?
Well, I mean, it's
I obviously played the Persona on PS1 Classic first off and foremost. Like right, I get to get the little PS1 Mini out.
No, genuinely, if you want to play the original Persona games, you have to play them in order.
I was joking because remember that thing was trash.
Yeah, that thing was trash. But no, genuinely, if you want to play the original 3 Persona games, you do have to play them in order. So you have to play Persona 1, and then Persona 2 Innocent Sin, and then Eternal Punishment. You have to play them in order because they all are part of the same continuing story.
Okay.
And I do recommend the older games. They're very, very different games. And it's part of the reason why I hated Persona 3 way back when I first played it, was because it was such a radically different game from those. And honestly, it wasn't really until Persona 5 that I appreciated the gameplay changes. So eventually I do want to go back and give Persona 3 another run through just to give it a fair chance so that I appreciate the system a little bit more. But one thing I will warn you about, if you are insistent on not playing Persona 3 with a strategy guide, I'm going to give you this one piece of advice because this will piss you off the first time you
I feel like
it.
PS2 games, I'm going to do guide. Like, I had a Dragon Guard guide up there. I'm like, I'm not doing this nonsense.
The main reason why I was going to say that is in Persona 3, where it was the first time they introduced social links, they were still figuring out what to do with the formula. It has a mechanic that if you don't maintain your social link, you lose status in the social link. So if you don't consistently hang out with your social links, they'll lose progress. So that was going to be something I was like, if you're not going to look at guide, I 100% recommend at least doing that. But no, if you're following a guide, it won't be an issue. Just make sure you follow it exactly to the letter. But no, that was also one of the other things that was hyper infuriating with Persona 3. Because as much as people meme about the fact of like, oh, Magorner is making me go sleeps all the fucking time in Persona 5, Persona 3 was a nightmare with how much you had to actually balance your school life, your social life, and dungeon crawling through the Tartarus. It was literal fucking nightmare. To the point where, if I remember correctly, if you spent too much time in Tartarus, your character would actually just lose energy, fall asleep, and then you would go into the school day with a reduced ability to do things throughout school because you were too tired.
Hell yeah. Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I just go through Persona 4 Golden, and just by the time I get done with that game, which is going to be forever, I hope this thing will be announced. What are you speculating? Persona 6.
I'm speculating is true because I know.
No, not that. What are your 5?
5 what?
These announcements.
Oh, these announcements. I do think that the Persona 3 remaster is one of them because Atlas cares about Persona 3 and up.
They care a bit about it, which is interesting, right? Because they
care about the characters because they can market them, but they don't give a fuck about the actual games themselves.
The music too.
No, they don't care about the music either because the remasters they did on PSP had entirely different soundtracks. And they're
But-
garbage.
But they play them like they play live, like they play Mass Destruction live. They gave Nintendo some music with that still.
Yeah.
Like there's enough of the care there to I'm like, yeah, this is a little
They
bit.
care enough for to be like, hey, remember this, and that's it.
Sure.
But I think we will get a Persona 3 remaster. I think / what I would hope for is if they did care enough, we would at least get a compilation set of Persona 1 and the Persona 2 duology.
You keep
would-
thinking this is gonna happen. You
I
keep
want
wanting
it
it.
to happen so fucking bad.
Persona
but-
Origins collection.
Yeah, because it's I get it. They're so different from modern Persona that it's not like you can bundle them or combine them in any way, shape, or form with the other ones. But because of that, I feel like where they do use the original Persona main characters in a lot of the marketing as well still, I feel like they're gonna want to do something because like we've had the Persona Q series now, which in Persona Q and Q2 they combine Persona 3 and 4, and then with Q2 Persona 5 in there. I feel like Atlas would want to go ahead and have something where it's like fuck it, all the important characters. from
Have they
those
addressed
games.
anything from the first Persona 1 and 2?
Yeah,
Have they?
no, they haven't yet.
Like it's like
Which is why-
nothing. It's been not touched at all.
Let me put it this way. The closest we've had to having something from those games referenced was in Persona 5 with the butterfly. Because
With
the
butterf-
butterfly was the symbol for Philemon, who was the host of the Velvet Room in the original games. And Igor was like his sidekick.
Did you get crazy for a second? You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, are we finally getting Philemon? And then, you go through the story and you realize it's actually associated with Lavenza, and then you're like, oh, well.
So do you think that really was referenced, or just
I think it was meant to be a nod, especially with Royal, and that's kind of why I also get excited about Royal a little bit more too, because one of the other big things with the original 3 Persona games is a lot of them were a lot more Lovecraft inspired and had a lot of more Lovecraft elements. So with them introducing the King in Yellow as like the final boss figure for the game, and actually adding in Hastur and having Ozymandias and a bunch of other elements of Lovecraft's extended lore in there, it makes me hopeful that maybe like with Persona 6, which is going to be the other thing that's obviously an unannounced game, let's be real here, we're going to get Persona 6. I imagine that's I don't think it'll release this year, but I think that'll be something that they'll announce it this year at the very least.
look at the stream real quick. I just got curious and I was right.
All right, I'm looking at the stream now.
Why has Alice ignored and then just Persona 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Why did have they made justification about this? Have they said anything about it?
I don't think they've ever said anything about it officially.
What are we talking about? It started with 3.
Yeah, that is the running joke in the community, is that Persona started with 3. There is no 1 and 2. The first Persona game was 3.
Oh, hold
That
on.
is a legitimate running joke.
Oh, wait.
But,
Oh,
okay.
there you go. Look, there's a reference.
Did it, Reddit.
See, you got your reference 3 years ago. You're good.
Which is another reason why I do think that we might get it. So here's the thing. Sega loves reprinting shit. And that's why I keep holding out hope. Because here's the weird thing. Sega went ahead and re-released a remaster of the Last Bible games on PC. The Last Bible is a sub-series of a sub-series of Megami Tensei. And they were very cult classics, even by series standards, but they were nothing like the rest of the series. They were basically what if we did Megami Tensei like Dragon Quest. And those got modern Steam releases, including one of the cell phone games, just got a modern Steam release. So I have to imagine if Sega is going that far into the well to make sure there's more shit on Steam to sell, which is also part of the reason why we even have had so much Mega 10 stuff coming to Steam, is because Papa Sega's like, no, PC makes us money. We got to make the money machine go burr.
Have you seen
I
this?
gotta imagine that we'll get the Persona fucking original trilogy at some point. But
Have you seen this?
let me see.
In
Yeah, I mean that's not surprising.
Atlas 2022 survey results, top remake was 3, second was 2.
I wonder if that poll is including 2 as the combined duology. Oh yeah, it is doing as okay. I have to look to the side a little bit. So yeah, the 2 duology.
It upsets me that people want this. We don't need that.
No, I mean,
We're good.
I get why people ask for it, because I know a lot of people hate the chibi style of Persona 4 Golden, to which I say fucking grow up. I don't know what to tell you.
It's well enough. Let's do other stuff. Like I get it, but
Yeah.
isn't
it
this
is
the
one
one
of those
that's stuck? Like, which
Yeah,
ones
that
of
one is
these?
stuck on PS2.
Which ones of these are ours on 3DS?
Soul Hackers is on 3DS. 4 Apocalypse 4 is on there. And Etrian Odyssey series is on 3DS.
Yeah, so this is the one that we would need.
Yeah, honestly, everything from Raito down we need is on modern consoles. I
So,
would
top-
fucking kill for, oh my god, a fucking Raito remake period would be amazing.
So 1 through
I
5
would
we
just-
need, just except for 4.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and 5. So let's run it out real quick. Okay, so Persona 6.
Yeah, Persona 6, definitely. The Persona 3 remaster. I think I still hold out that Atlas, and by Atlas I mean Sega, will be like, let's print money. We'll get the original Persona trilogy as like a collection or something.
And yeah, put 1 and then the duology, put it on a cartridge, call it Persona Origins.
Yeah.
You don't have to market that much out of it. It's got Persona name on it. Don't market it because people are gonna be like, oh, new just Persona Origins, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, 3.
The 4th thing I would think that is Persona related. Are we specifying specifically?
No, it's like
Persona?
whatever that you think that this Atlas thing is.
All right, so oh, that's right. Yeah, so anything Atlas. I think the other thing we'll get is we will finally get a updated version or port for Shin Megami Tensei 5. Again, Atlas, even before Sega, loves doing their ports and their remastered and enhanced editions. And I think Shin Megami Tensei 5 is overdue for that. I think probably what the intent was originally, because in the game's data, they have them working on testing on a PC version and a PS4 version. Very likely, as Atlas has and Sega have been partnering with Xbox and Game Pass, I'm going to guess that probably along the way, they stopped so that way they could also work on an Xbox version at the same time.
And it's
So
on
I
Game
think
Pass
what
day
will
1.
happen is, yeah, it'll be a Game Pass day 1 game, and we'll have a Series X version, and we'll have a PS4, PS5 version as
Sure.
well.
They funded some development on that and they got the money on that. That's I believe that.
Yeah. And then the last thing I expect to see is, again, because they've been at least bringing a lot of the more weird and obscure games over to PC, I almost expect a Shin Megami Tensei Classic Collection.
Do you think we're going all SMT and Persona? Like, are we not doing like some Etrian thing or something like that?
Etrian Odyssey's been weirdly dormant ever since the end of the 3DS. Also, I'm going to be honest, I don't know much about the Etrian Odyssey franchise.
I just know I
always
see
been
a lot of them on 3DS all the time, and I'm like, I'm surprised there's not like a Switch like a random Switch one.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the franchise to speculate on there. I know that it has a very cult following. But all I know about them is they're a fun dungeon crawler, and basically Persona Q's gameplay is Etrian Odyssey.
Right.
That's all I know. But
So SMT on Steam. Something else?
yeah, I think we would get an SMT Classic Collection. Goddamn. Shin Megami Tensei 1 had a release on iOS that was in English that can't be played anymore because of the great app Apocalypse when they switched to 64-bit only. So they do still have a modern playable version of it that they could just go ahead, tweak, put it on PC. 2, I don't think ever had a official English version released. And there are a couple other releases on the Super Famicom, which is what those 2 games were released on, that I feel like they could go ahead and do. I mean, there's actually more than that, but I mean, like, mainline SMT, I could see them going ahead doing Shin Megami Tensei 1, Shin Megami Tensei 2, and especially if they do the Persona Origins collections, they would very likely do Shin Megami Tensei If to go along with it, because If was basically the precursor to Persona.
Sure.
It was basically, let's figure out how to do what we want to do with Persona, and then it eventually became Persona. So I could see if they did a Persona collection, Origins collection, as we've dubbed it here, that if we also got like a SMT Classic collection, it'd probably include If as well.
What's gonna be? There's 2 questions I got, and then we're on this podcast from the thing.
Yeah.
What's the most wildly left field, mind blowing? What the fuck? I can't believe they're doing that. That's nuts.
The most out of left field wild thing is if they did a modern remaster of Shin Megami Tensei 9.
Okay. Second, how much do I have to pay you to go to Capcom to make a remake of Ghost Trick on Switch?
If you give me $40,000, I will go to Capcom with that money and demand a remake for it.
Okay. This is bullshit. It's a $115 game.
You know what?
40.
Tell you what, if you make it $100,000, even if Capcom tells me no, I will start making a remake in RPG Maker.
I think. Let me see. I think they actually updated. They did the update on iOS to make it okay.
I feel like I did see something recently though about Capcom teasing something with Ghost Trick. So I know I saw a few people on my Twitter freaking out about it.
Let's see. I'm like fairly confident they updated for iOS 14. Which cool, however, I still want it physical.
Fair.
Sigma got me that for my birthday like 12 years ago, and I don't know what happened to it. It's unfortunate. I think I might I don't think I would have sold it, but because I don't really sell games, or I for sure didn't really sell games too much back then.
Probably that lost a lot of games that you had with a lot of your GameCube stuff.
I'm so glad I caught that shit when I did, because if I caught it if I caught it 3 months later, I would have been fucked. I'd have probably a good $500. All right.
Hell yeah.
What are we gonna talk about? Because we're wrapping this up.
All right. Subject to wrap it up. Gaming related. New Year's resolutions. What are you trying to do for yourself for gaming this year? We already kind of talked a bit about them, limiting your kind of purchasing to a certain amount for it, and what else are you trying to achieve for yourself gaming wise this year?
I told myself last year, because I need to complete more games, but I definitely need to complete more games this year. Let's see. Let me get as close as I can to the mic while also leaning back and contemplating my shit. You go first. I feel like you've thought about this.
Yeah, I've thought about this. I teased this last year when we were kind of talking. Actually, I teased this when we had Neo on the podcast. But there is a project I've been working on. I have 7 chapters of it written out. but I've actually just started recording some footage for it. But I think this year I'm going to, or no, I'm not. I don't think I am going to commit to doing a game documentary YouTube channel. So I am going
Thank
to go
you.
ahead.
Because here's the thing, we'll be open and honest with it. I'll say this much because again, if you want to sit through the 13, I'm not saying you, but like in general, if I want to sit through the 13-hour stream where Atback and I talked about it, go for it. I don't want to say too much because I already kind of felt weird about it, but I was like, yeah, we're talking, it's fine. I'm in a good mood. I don't like divulging too much of it
Yeah.
because I feel like I feel like I'm. Maybe it's good that I talk about it because I'm putting myself in a corner where I need to, because otherwise I look a bitch. Otherwise,
Well, that's why I brought it up when we had Neo on the podcast, because I'm like, everyone here will keep me honest. And it's like, no one here is going to keep me honest. Fuck it.
well, here's
But-
the reason why I didn't keep you honest, because I get frustrated with you, because your branding is terrible, David.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying to be a dick. The branding is not on point, and the YouTube algorithm eats us alive right now because we're like this.
Totally.
So that, but also I've been doing a lot of like just research here and there about what to do. So go talk about your thing and I'll talk about it afterwards. I don't want to cut you off on what you're doing. Your resolution is to get the series up and off the ground, do the documentary stuff.
Yeah, and that's also part of the reason why I started doing like reviews and other little shit again, is so I could get back in the habit of like actually doing video editing and whatnot.
No, I thought you were going a different way with that statement. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Gotcha.
Continue.
No, I just wanted to get back into practicing with editing, and so like I really begrudge and am frustrated with how the way the Turtles video ended up, because I know if I spent like at least another good 2-3 hours on that video would be a hell of a lot more polished. But I was just genuinely sick of that video and working on that video at that time. But it gave me a lot of good practice and a lot of lessons I learned along the way, that now that I have learned those lessons, they won't be frustrations and it'll be much quicker for me later to do. But it gave me good practice for what I want to start doing with some of those documentaries. And originally with the idea I mentioned of just doing an unabridged complete history of everything Mega 10. But I also have realized that if I just stuck to one thing, I'd probably burn out on it quickly. So I've already planned 3 different game series that I'll bounce back and forth between, where there's enough game variety between the 3 series that I'll never feel too bored or overwhelmed or like, I'm sick of this. And it'll allow me to keep things fresh and interesting with each video upload and conversation.
Okay. Now.
And this last or actually, no, you got it.
Yeah, because we're gonna stick with this for a second. Find yourself a brand, marketable, and you need to restart YouTube, like new channel, but you need to also like,
whole new channel.
and you need to figure out shorts. You are not getting in the algorithm. Like, I've done this research, so let me tell you. I've been digging through because what I've been wanting to do is I want to do a weekly series, and I'm probably only do it for like a year. If it blew up, cool. But I've been doing a lot of this research stuff into how deep and efficient the YouTube algorithm works. I can make the best video ever. It's not going to live on this channel. This channel is not picked up by the algorithm. You have to search for this content, and that's part of the issue, is like we'd have to start fresh. So the idea that we had earlier when we first started was unironically probably the better idea we could have had, but I know it wasn't. The reason why I didn't do it, and I stand by it, is because it didn't feel right.
Yeah.
But it was smarter, especially if we'd done this, which was make a Blue Rubies channel.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of doing this. I'm not sure if I want to, but one thing I was gonna originally do this when I didn't say anything, but I was like, I kind of want to do a YouTube channel, go hard, and I did all this stuff, but you gotta do shorts. You have to do shorts. If you're not doing shorts, you're not getting picked up. Straight up. That's the thing. You're not getting picked up. And shorts.
That is one thing I've gone back and forth on. It wouldn't fit what I'm doing with that channel. So
Well,
I wouldn't do shorts
no,
on
you
that channel.
can just take a good excerpt and just like really boil it down. and there's ways to do about that, but I wanted to do it like be me on the camera, but obviously not like I have this big reach on the internet at all. I'm a fucking minuscule little atom. But I wanted to just see if I can just do it. If I can game the system, go hard, not advertise it anywhere. Just put out content, schedule it out, script it out. So it's gonna be like a scripted like 10-minute video every week. The one example I gave at Becky was tragedy in video games. But I have stuff ranging from like a lot more fun content. Just it's like almost like a because we have enough like boomerism in us where we can talk about midnight releases, right? I want to do like almost Scott the Woz style, but not. I like the way Scott the Woz does it, but
A little less comedic.
less comedic, less like he's doing like there's characters in this. No, like I want to do like think of like Sunny V2 and Scott the Woz.
Gotcha. So the Scott the Woz presentation.
Scott the Woz information, Sunny V2 not in his presentation because it's like very informative. When you watch a Sunny V2 video, you learn a lot in that 10 minutes. Like you are going like he tells you a lot of shit in that 10 minutes, but it's interesting his editing style, all that. But I want the Scott the Woz. I have the Scott the Woz like knowledge. Like everything that I wrote down, I've scripted, or I shouldn't say scripted. Let's see, because I've been compiling this all last year. I have 22 videos, and I've been paring them down because I have ideas that are very much culturally relevant right now, but wouldn't make sense in a little bit. But if I adapt with it, might. There's like some zeitgeist. I've been like really, because like my main media intake has been YouTube. I have not Netflix, not Disney Plus. Like it's been YouTube. I've been so all over YouTube. Just that's all I intake, and that's all I've been watching. It's just YouTube. This like videos here or there that I've really just understood what the bursts of that is, and of course YouTube could change, but I've compiled so many lists of ever evolving things that around summer I'm gonna script these out, and they're gonna be long scripts and do all that. And I've got to really work on the presentation stuff, but like I think like just gaming that, I wanted to see if I could just blow up that way, just really game it hard and see what happens, because it does take that stuff. I've seen videos of people that have big streamers that have been like, I made a whole new channel, didn't use my voice, didn't use my name, didn't do a single bit of advertising, and I blew up and went viral because I kept doing this, and it worked. And I'm like, interesting. So I kind of want to do like my own little like social experiment this summer and just like really game it and see what happens. And then obviously the nice thing would be like blow it up. If it worked out, cool. I would have more time come summer, and I don't mind these kind of videos. I have 22 ideas that I've stuck with, looked back at all year and been like, I like that idea. I don't mind scripting it, and I don't mind looking for more stuff. The idea would be getting that name out and then just transitioning and doing more casual like Twitch streams and stuff like that. Gotcha. So yeah, not necessarily gaming stuff related, but yeah, no, I'm on that train with you where like I really want to make solid like quality something on YouTube. The issue is that you and I, we're passionate people, but we're
ADD ridden.
No, I'm not going that direction. We're passionate people, but we're realistic people. Meaning that if we put our heart and soul into 100 hours of content and get 2 views on it, we're not that it's a bad thing, but there's just no point. I mean, there's no point other than the self-satisfactory fact that you did it. But like, cool, like I can do it, fine. But I'd rather spend time doing other stuff that's more productive, which is even like maybe watching a whole ass TV show all the way through. Like, cool, I took a whole entire story rather than waste some time doing something that I knew I could have done. But
exactly,
you want people to see your end product, and you and I can make the best videos ever because we can. But doesn't matter if we get 2 views, because it's like we're not going to keep going with it.
No, and I mean that's part of the reason why. I mean, I did quit YouTube way back when I first did, and the second time I did was because no one's fucking watching this, no one cares, and yeah, I have fun with it here and there, but what the fuck's the point? But I, at the end of the day, and you can, agree to this to a certain degree as well. Like, one of my biggest frustrations is I have spent a whole life of starting a lot of projects that I had a passion for and just never fully finishing just because either I didn't believe in it or the other harsh part of I didn't have the resources to finish it. I mean, I've gone so far as to I started a business a while back. I started my own business. I filed the LLC. I dropped a good $5,000 out of pocket to get a few things up and running for the business, and that tanked horribly. I was not able to get the product launching off the ground. It was a tabletop gaming company I was working on. Some of the people that had promised to help me work with some things for art and whatnot fell through. I wasn't able to get it was some kind of like business accounting thing I needed to get some accreditation for. The person I was working with was kind of sketchy, wasn't giving me solid answers on anything. And it just got to a point I got so defeated with it that I'm like, fuck it, I don't care if I'm $5,000 in the hole, I'm just done. And if I can piss out $5,000 and still walk away and not want to finish something, I know that I will walk away from just about anything as soon as it doesn't start to work for me. And I want to change that. I want to actually achieve and finish an idea and a project. And even if I don't necessarily get the views I'm looking for, I at least want to, for myself, be able to finish a project.
And that's what I'm saying, though, is that, yeah, we'd finish it, but you're not continuing it, though.
Yeah.
There's a difference. You're not going to be done with this documentary and then be done and just end the YouTube channel after that. You're not going to. You're going to want to do more, but then you're not going to do more if you don't get the views on it. I want to say it might have been Epic. It was someone else came into that stream that I had the other day, and they said I'd recommend, because I was venting. I was like yeah, no, this first 6 months of this year is going to be fucking exhausting and try me, and I'm going to be fucking nuts. But they said for the thing, you should consider maybe switching the podcast over to every other week. And I said a hard no on that, because the tried and true HD Shadowed Punk thing that we did way back then is we never broke like episode 27.
Yeah.
That was like the curse. It was like 20s. I forget what number it was, and which is good. I forgot what number it was because we broke the fuck out of that. We talked about it. Go look at what episodes we talked about. Like, we did it. We broke it. It was always we never got a 30 essentially.
Yeah.
And the podcast.
And we've been part of a lot of podcasts.
Yeah, we've done a lot, and I still stand by the fact that if we kept the round campfire, we'd be huge.
Yeah,
we would have if we kept that.
We were, in a way, we were ahead of the fucking times.
We would have. We got interviews with everyone that we needed to. We were friends with everyone we needed to. We could have.
Cast on. We had Emma Anderson. We had Tim from fucking Marble Hornets. I think we even had Alex on before we realized he was a shitbag of a human being. From Track 12.
We had a lot of like friends that we could have kept that on, and if we kept that going, I guarantee you that podcast would have been like a centralized podcast and been huge. Episode like 400 or 500 at this point, and we would have done numbers. Again, another reason why.
Day jobs right now is what we're saying, is we would just have the podcast.
Yeah, we'd probably like a nice little set. Like, not like it sounds silly, but like internet stories, like it would have grown. We would have been talking backrooms a lot now. Like,
yeah, 100%.
Like it literally just evolving with everything else. It would have been backrooms. It would have been like, we had the good idea to keep going and finding all these weird stories, and we just evolved with everything, and it would have been easy money. But yeah, we done a lot. So I told Martin no, because one, you and I mentioned it, that the podcast is like a good excuse to keep consistent with something, and the consistency is literally talk to your friends on video, which is fine.
And you and I have talked about that before too, of like, we're just the kind of people that unfortunately, like, if we didn't have this podcast, we probably would talk to each other maybe once every few months.
Which it was. We didn't talk that much before that. If you go back to the first episode, David and Gore pretty much like met each other on that episode. Like they didn't really meet prior. So look at where they turned into. They fucking hate each other now.
I've seen them in passing in a couple of the old.
Yeah, now they fucking hate each other.
It's true.
Yeah, no, it was
on his grave.
Because shoutouts to Gore, rest in peace. May he burn in hell.
I did it. It finally happened. I killed him.
Yeah, no, he thought about it. Let's just do a video game podcast. I was like, sure, and we know who to get. So I was like, I have this other friend I think would do it. Sure. No, I know David secretly loves David Gore.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, no.
I secretly have self-esteem.
We wouldn't have. I would have been too busy, and like, admittedly, this sounds silly as shit. I've given up a lot of shit for the podcast, and a lot of times, like, there's been times where it's like I've had dates where I'm like, I'm Thursday, I'm booked. I'm not doing Thursday. There's been times where it's like, I had to choose around the podcast because, like, nope, I do the podcast every week. That's happening just because it's a good thing to keep. Like, it's a good thing to have consistency because content creation, it's so easy to just not. If you don't have the viewers, it's easy as fuck to just go, nah, all right, that was fun. So it's a good way to just keep consistent, and again, it's an excuse to talk to everyone. It's kind of like it's a win-win. Get content up there, do that, and also, like, I mean, I mentioned this with Gore. Technically, on this channel, we've not missed a single episode because we've missed, technically, I think we missed two episodes we technically missed, so technically we should be on 195, but everything on the channel, there's been some form of content or something or other that has covered for that or has been in replacement of that. So
you've always done at least a stream to fill in the gap of.
There's always been, yeah. So like when we didn't do the episode last week, I did a fucking 13-hour stream. I've always made it a thing where it's like if I'm going on a trip for a week or two, we've done 2 episodes, or at least there's been 2 episodes worth of content there. So like I've always made a plan that there is literally no vacant spot. Because the second you do it once, that's kind of, I think that's funny because Gore's just busy and we did it impromptu. It's not a big issue, but kind of like how I felt with that is like if you miss it once, it's easy to. That's also why that's kind of why you made the joke like we gotta have an episode with you without it. I'm like I kind of want to, not in a weird ego way, but like the second I don't once, it becomes an option.
Yeah.
It becomes an option. It becomes an opening where it's like
You just be part of the audience.
Yeah. Ooh. No, it's not even that. It's like, all right, I missed Thursday and you guys are talking. That's cool. Like, it's cool. It takes give me a week off. But next week I kind of have something Thursday too. You guys are pretty good. Maybe you guys would do it again. And then it's like, it just becomes an option. I'd rather it just not be an option than do that. Now, will it happen eventually? Probably it'll happen eventually because like stuff's going to get busy. We're adults. We're adults. And then, yeah, if I want to do something like another road trip, you guys have to carry the torch for a month and like whatever. But, yeah. Also, there's this weird thing in my life that I've hated, which is like I have to sort of conduct a lot of shit. I remember when I went on that trip for the month, and I asked, I forget, I think I asked Gore 2 weeks in. I'm like, so how the Skype calls been without me? And Gore's like, there haven't been any. I'm like, of course, because I have to fucking start it. So fucking, that's why I was excited. I was like, oh, cool, go Discord. You just hop into a fucking voice chat if you want to talk. No one fucking does it because you still have to be like, oh, who wants? Like, I'm like, I just have to, I have to fucking plan everything and just fucking hate it. I'm not a planner. Episode a day. There was an idea that I had a little while back. It's a while back. I really wanted to do like almost like a podcast diary of sorts. I had a few ideas that I'm still cooking. I have that podcast diary. You and I did a pilot episode of a podcast I wanted to do that I really still want to do. Didn't really work out the way I wanted to, but like that was a good test run of me wanting to do it. I still want to bring it back one day.
I think the format would work. Maybe just needs a little bit more fine tuning to keep a more consistent train of thought throughout it. But
yeah,
I like the
so
idea of it.
I put it out there last year. I'm gonna put it out again next year. But I had a podcast idea of like presenting what you're passionate about, and you coming on here and sort of teaching me, which is I gotta find the right mindset for me because I'm ADHD and a teacher, so I gotta very much take off both parts of my brain and really lead you into your own discussion, which is fun. But yeah, no, it's been weird like that. There's that. There's the podcast diary. There's like almost I want to do a take of that, but I know it's not unique. But also like ask people just their life story. Random ask people. I don't give a fuck who you are. Come on here, tell me your story. I know that's been done a lot.
Walk
but
into the local Burger King with the laptop. Be like, all right, tell me your life story. This is my podcast. Let's go.
There's been a few. Scott Bromley way back in the day did that one podcast where he talked about how he actually died on the table. And that was I listened to a little bit of that guy's stuff and it was really good. But I'm like, I want to do that. I feel like I'm social butterfly enough, even though I'm I'm definitely an ambivert. I've noticed over time, but to get people just to talk about themselves. But yeah, there's a couple ideas I want, but I think I'm gonna pursue this game idea one because I just really want to script things out. I want to write for a little bit, just write something not data driven, fucking college grad school shit. Just have fun with it. David, go take a road trip and visit your boy Adrian. David would never road trip that long.
No, not that long. Cause
He's not insane. He's not insane like I am to road trip up to him, but he will fly down sometime and hang out.
Yeah, I will fly down. I'll spend a good week or so, and then at that point, I need to get back to my normal life routines.
I makes this fake friend shaking my head.
Yeah,
Carlos,
roll, man.
what's up, Carlos?
I have a finite amount of attention and patience for anything outside of my usual routine. And about a week max is where that patience lies.
So the reason we were able to get David to do a road trip to California, a 12-hour road trip with us, and it's taking like what? I think about a total of like 18, 20 hours total because you had to drive back almost halfway with us. Because we dropped you off somewhere. In the middle of the road, just nowhere to take him.
You dropped me off with some family in Arizona.
Yeah. Is that the reason why we were able to get you is because you were with two people you aren't really with? So that was a fresh sort of experience the entire way through on a place you've never been. So it was fresh enough. Whereas if you, not saying anything bad, but like if you were stuck in a car with your fiance for a road trip down, you would go psycho just because like you've seen her enough. So it's not anything like novelty or new. And you don't give a shit about scenery or anything like that on the way there.
We've done a road trip together.
But
we did a road trip down to New Jersey.
But are you
a week there and then road trip back?
Sure, but now I've add about a couple 100 hours and a couple thousand miles on that thing, and you're like, nah, I'm good.
No, I've not honestly hit that point.
So basically, what David says is that you don't have the patience for you.
No, that's part of. I've genuinely not hit any of that point. Like, I have days in general where I'm just like, yeah, I need a me time.
No, I'm not saying me time, but I'm saying you would get bored.
Oh, I mean, yeah. If there's no like clear goal,
not saying
that's just in general. If there's no clear goal.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything bad about it, but not saying you're getting bored of the fiance. But again, there was a novelty behind you traveling with me and Jordan.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, because you don't.
Jordan's like, let's just fucking play turn out for what for like.
Yeah. Okay, there's a novelty though, because you don't hang out with us, right? So there's like a novelty behind that. That keeps you not bored. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How did you and Big Dave meet? We freezecracker.com. Shoutouts.
Yeah.
David was doing news on that website. I was doing some podcast stuff. I broke off and said, let me go do my own thing. And I said, hey, this guy does news. Let me go take him. He's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, he reaches out to me one day. He's like, hey, you produce a lot of content. Because at Freezecracker, I did like over 100+ reviews within the first few months I was writing there. He's like, you put out a lot of content. I feel like you would appreciate being able to have a lot more freedom with what you do. I'm like, yeah, I would. He's like, why don't we go make our own site with blackjack and hookers? I'm like, all right, that sounds great. And then we did Palatina's Army podcast. And
shout out to like 25 episodes, because fuck me, I couldn't break that curse.
Yeah, so we did that podcast. We had the website. And then along the way, we ended up doing Around the Campfire, which we brought in our buddy Jordan, who we knew from the We're Alive forums, and your buddy Joel, and eventually my buddy Dalton came in for quite a few episodes of that, and then a lot of the fucking, again, literally, we were fucking Nexpo and Nightmind and all that.
Well, let's not. Well, let me roll it back. Nexpo and everyone like that are fantastic editors, and they make stuff that I couldn't dream of making right now unless I had spent years prior really honing my craft. But we were on the whole like talking. We're not Nexpo, but we're like this still hasn't been tapped. I don't think this whole thing has not been tapped. Like Wendigoon kind of has something like this, sure.
Yeah.
But I still don't feel like it's been quite tapped the way it's supposed to, which is like I don't know. It's weird, but like Wendigoon's like
such a deep and vast field.
because you can lose people because if it's something not interesting, you can lose people. But like Wendigoon has a pretty good thing where he I think where his thing is at is probably close to what we would have had. But yeah, no, like I don't know. It's all just wishful thinking. It would have been fun, but we gave up. GG's. But was Big Dave big that back then? Asked that Becky.
Big Dave has always been big.
Oh man. How's your buddy John doing, David? You're leaving him out.
Big John doing. What are you talking about?
You're confusing him,
What
Matt
did you do?
Becky.
Confused.
Wow, you don't give a shit about that much? You used to mention him in your podcast. I don't know who he is.
I think when we've had a couple of like the gag accounts troll us, and I thought it was one of my buddies, John. That's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
That's a deep ass cut. I forgot about that too. I think it was my buddy John. All right, yeah.
No, he's doing well. He's gonna be doing a seminar for Google in a couple weeks, and he is doing a remastered version of one of his books for publication. So he's doing this dude. This is why one of the reasons why I am so grateful for the internet era we grew up in, because it was such that weird, perfect Wild West where like you didn't have many places to go, so a lot of people just gathered together in areas that they shouldn't otherwise want to connect. Like Reddit's fine. I like Reddit for finding some information, but it's such a specifically neatly categorized
Really quick.
subculture
Let me interrupt
site.
you really quick.
Yeah.
Did you hear my my freshman research project joke that I told the other time?
I don't think so.
I made them do a research thing on the Wayback Machine,
Okay.
and I swear I almost lost my shit because I had them doing it, and they're like, it's funny. They're doing funny little ninth grade stuff, like calling MySpace an app and stuff, and then they go.
Gosh.
I hear one of them go, just like in the corner of the classroom. I hear one go, "What's an AOL?"
Oh.
I lost it. I was like, all right, stop right there. Just ask your next teacher. What? Just see what their reaction is. Go ask your teacher. Walk up to them and say, what's an AOL?
Jesus Christ.
I lost it. It was so fucking funny.
That's
Anyway,
fucking wild.
meeting
But
places
yeah,
we don't need.
Yeah, my buddy John. So the older days of internet is you would come across just a wide swath of people from insanely weirdly different backgrounds that just happen to have like
It's like Sam
a
Wants a Geek.
lot of collective interests in common. And he is genuinely one of the smartest fucking people I know. He is a published author. The dude has degrees upon certifications. He has, I think he genuinely has every Microsoft certification that's out there. He has like 30 some odd fucking Linux certifications. He has a ton of database certifications.
We get it. You want to marry him. What are you trying to say about him?
No, that's what I was
I
just saying is like I know this dude just because we were all part of a I think if I remember correctly, it was back in the days when it was still called Go Gaia Online. That's how I've met a large portion of some of my older internet friends from the weirdest parts of people I know. Was back in the Go Gaia days.
God damn it. Go Gaia. I like how I remembered him even though I never met him, but you forgot about him.
I mean, he's not a person that comes up in normal conversation.
Hey, whatever happened to who was supposed to be my future wife?
What?
Your old boss.
I haven't talked to her since I left that company.
Wow, you're supposed to invite her to the wedding too, because
Yeah.
I like how fucking Back you fucking remembered that too. He answered in the chat. Man, David, you gotta know these podcast lores. Shaking my head.
It's one of those things that we even alluded to it earlier. I
Terrible
am very
fucking
much
wingman.
Out of sight, out of mind person.
Terrible
I only
wingman.
have so much brain capacity in the day, and
You're
honestly,
supposed to
if
keep her in the loop and talking, and that way you invite her to the wedding, and then we meet, and it's very serendipitous. You go like, "Hey, you guys, we get along each other. You can do that. That was the way it's supposed to be, and you just didn't give a shit."
No, I didn't. It wasn't a priority. She wasn't paying my paychecks anymore. I didn't give a fuck.
But she might type. I thought she probably wasn't like my type look wise.
Probably. I mean, it would have. Maybe.
Excellent.
I have a hard time judging if someone is someone's type look wise because.
Describe them really quick in a not creepy way.
All right.
Describe them in a not creepy way.
Kind of curly hair ginger type.
How tall?
I think she was like around 5'6", 5'7" ish.
About my height. And how old was she?
Or maybe like 2-3 years older than us.
But then like very shut the fuck up sometimes because you keep talking, but like it's interesting.
Yeah, very much so. Very high energy, very talkative, could literally talk about any discussion, never get bored.
I know I have Becky. David is the perfect wingman, right?
Nah, Adrian was the better for that.
Fucking up. We had it all planned out. We had missions. I was supposed to marry her, and Gore was supposed to give your speech. Like that was our.
It's true. Even though no one wants to let Chris give the speech, I seem to be the only one that wants to let Chris have the speech.
Doesn't give a shit. It's
Neither
your wedding.
Chris
Fuck it.
nor the fiance wants him to have the speech.
I don't care. It's your fucking wedding.
That's what I said. I'm only gonna get one, so fuck it. I want him to give the speech.
I told you what I do with every potential partner of mine, right?
No.
I sit them down and I say, so you know, there's a likelihood that this man called Dad on the internet is gonna be DJing at this wedding.
You do actually do that?
Yeah.
See, I remembered with one of them when you first were like, "Hey, I'm gonna reach out to him and see if he would actually do that," and he was like, "Yeah, I'm down." I know you talked about it with that person, but I didn't know that was a recurring thing now.
Yeah. Because she's an ex now, and that's because she said, "Why are you trying to make the wedding a joke?" I'm like, "What's the joke about it?" Tell me someone dressed like that going in with the greatest dance movie you ever seen, named Dad, wouldn't be the best fucking person ever. Not only the best icebreaker, but the best fucking DJ and create the best memories for the most important day. No.
Exactly.
Simple no. Let's see. Yes, let Gore have the best man speech. All right, what's up, everyone? Welcome to another reaction. This time I react to David's marriage. Link in the description. You have to like create a set just like his though, so he feels comfortable. That's why he's not doing it, because he doesn't feel comfortable standing up there like in a place that's not his room. So you gotta really like recreate the room somehow, some way.
Maybe that's it. Is we just like put him off in a booth off to the side, and we just display him on like a Trinitron, and just be like, "Oh yeah." This is
How
him
about this?
broadcasting."
Genuinely, but the funniest fucking thing is make him live stream to the fucking. Just put him on Jumbotron. There he is. Yeah. He's not gonna leave his fucking room, whatever. So just put him on the Jumbotron. Print a couple pictures of him on and paste them on the wall. Yeah.
All right, this is your boy Gore here.
Oh, my
I am
hair's wet.
Live streaming in live now. Got something funny. We're gonna go ahead and talk about this fat folks wedding.
Yeah, no, because I feel like yeah, it's a joke for me personally because it's just funny, but also I think that's a good brand of humor that if you don't jive with me on that, it's not gonna work. I had to make a call to a couple parents for just some parent teacher conference stuff, and one of my former students from last year was in the room, and she was listening. And as I'm about to make a call, some other student I never met before walks in, and looks and he just sees like the teacher, because she was watching my classroom while I was in hers doing the calls, and he's listening around. I'm like, and he looks at her and she goes, "Yeah, she's just next door." I look up, I'm just like, "Yeah, next door." And I go back to doing this, and then he leaves, and I hear like I make a call and then leave a message, and then she goes, "Why are you so awkward?" And I'm like, "Cause it's funny." Like she's like, "No, it's not." I'm like, "Yeah, because you guys are teenagers, don't understand how to react to awkward situations, which makes it that much funnier to me." And she's like, "You're not laughing." I'm like, "Yeah, that makes it awkward, huh?" And she's like, "Oh, it does."
Like 5D chess. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm like, it's just awkward, funny humor, and if like that's the way I do things. If you understand, you jive with it, then this is cool. Then we're good.
Give you some peak Adult Swim to go back and watch for your education.
Unironically, it's like there's like I just like to put my humor out there in the world, and those that like, I get that glimmer of like I get it. I'm like, cool, we're friends. Like that's all you need. Adrian, will you let Gore give you the best man? Will you let Gore give you the best man speech for your wedding? No, he's not allowed.
I'm the only one masochistic enough to be like, yeah, let's do it.
We need to get off this pod. It's 4 hours just like talking shit.
Oh yeah.
A short podcast, by the way. Head chats to me.
Literally like the longest one we've had in so long.
Yeah. Dude, Gore's gonna see this record. Like, what the fuck they talk about? It's gonna go to Hitler.
Oh, what the fuck is video with this fucking teacup here?
Yeah, Gore talk a lot of shit about David. Yeah, he had the chills and yeah, I mean, yeah, let's do the same thing. Yeah, fuck him. I have this dream of and this is this is something I actually do too, because this is something I really want to do. I told her this, or I tell everyone this. I should say not her, but like a royal her, where it's my thing is I want a big wedding, not expensive wedding. We're not gonna rent out this fucking giant. No, fuck you. Like it'll be cheap enough. Like yeah, we're gonna get DJ, get some food, but we're not renting out this giant place. Fuck that. We're gonna do it outside. Cause, one, save money. Fuck that. Two, I tell everyone this, that when I made that trip in 2018 to go drive everyone, I made, and I don't know if you even remember this. I'm making you all feel guilty about it because I didn't remember. I said this to everyone. I said, all right, cool. I drove to you. That means you drive to me when I get married. Everyone's like, yep, all right. I'm like, cool. I'm gonna hold you to that. So I always tell them, I'm like, when I get married, I'm inviting a lot of people. And I'm doing this thing where I'm gonna like play like matchmaker for different various groups, because there's like over the years, like we talked about with like you find weird people at different parts of the internet. I have a collective of like 6 different like just segments of people. When I went on that trip, I met probably like 4 or 5 different subsections of just internet people that I met. There was like parts of the Skype crew, parts of the We're Live crew, parts of like my Halo 2 crew, parts from GameSpot Days crew. There's parts from like I met a couple from a Kind of Funny Facebook group that invited me. I never even met them before. They're like, hey, you're traveling, come down to Nashville. You can crash the couch. Like I just met this weird amalgamation of people that would make you guys all just like mix up the tables. Like, let's see you guys long and knowing me. Here's the fun thing. It's a win-win. It's either cool, you guys make new friends. 2, it's really fucking awkward and it's funnier that way to me. It's like fucking idiots not able to converse because it's like, what the fuck? Who is this person?
Well, that's what we've kind of talked about, because we definitely don't want like a massive wedding, and we're definitely not doing like the expensive route either. When we do finally are like, all right, we have some money to just waste at this point, is basically when it's decided when we're gonna do that. But what we're looking at doing is probably we'll end up like renting a cabin and just big old fucking rent it for the week, have basically a 6-day long fucking big party with the bridesmaids and the groom's party, basically just our best friends, really. Just be like, all right, you're all
giant orgy.
Yeah, giant fucking orgy. Just non-stop. That cabin will be fucking plastered white and clear.
Cabin in the woods, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
but no, just genuinely wanting to just do a big fucking party with the closest friends, and then the day of will be everyone else kind of conglomerated together, and then just, all right, fine, fuck on off now.
Did I ever tell you my masochistic idea that I need to know that if you come to my wedding, you're doing this and not pussying out. You have to do it. Which is why Gore wouldn't. Gore would be the exception. Gore wouldn't do this. Never too much of a puss to do this. I know he wouldn't. Here's my what I've always wanted to do. I've had this idea for literally like 7 years now. It's a Mario Party tournament.
Okay.
4 players at each screen, 50 turns. Now you might be saying, why the fuck would I want to do a Mario Party tournament? Like, why the fuck? Why?
You gotta go until there is a final group of 4.
No, because you're right. Why would you want to do a 50-turn Mario Party tournament? Like, why the fuck do you want to win? You're right. So it's called the reverse Mario Party tournament, meaning if you get 3rd or 4th place, you continue on. Because the only way you get out of hell is you get 1st or 2nd place in Mario Party, and you're no longer in the tournament. Therefore, you can live your life. Otherwise, you keep playing 50-turn Mario Party until you get the fuck out.
That fucking what? All right.
So, can you imagine if you went through 3 rounds of 50-turn Mario Party, which is about 12 hours? And let's say you're like this close, and someone, let's say, player like first turn can steal a star at the end, and this is what hinges 3rd or 2nd place, and they're just begging you, please God, just do not steal my fucking star. I don't want to do this anymore.
Like, straight up, I would love it. It sounds like a great fucking social experiment for like a week-long stream.
Dude, I've had this idea for literally just almost like close to a decade now. I'm like, I need the most hardcore masochistic motherfuckers, because Gore's not doing that. Gore's not. I promise you, on my cat's soul, Gore would never do that. But
I'm fucking down for it. Let's go.
because right, like, what hell is there worse than constantly playing Mario Party? And when you lose Mario Party, you're in a bad mood. Guess what? Do it again. You do it again.
I almost would like to go into it with an idea of sandbagging the whole event, so I could technically be the winner of the entire tournament.
I know one friend who would do that, so you would probably be there, just like, but you have the power of dragging people down with you too, which is the fun part, because you're like, if you're in 4th place, you can determine who's 3rd by stealing someone's star, and you just know. You're like, you hit the A button. You're like, you're staying 4 more hours with me.
Also, as a quick aside, the fiance's been poking in and out of the podcast, and she made a comment that I wanted to read off that she sent to me. She's like, the reason I'm afraid of you going ahead and having Chris doing the best man speech is because I know he'll probably want to wear the Ahegao sweater, and then we have to explain to your grandparents what is going on with that sweater.
I think Gore would only do it if you let him wear the Hay House sweater.
Oh, I of course would want him to wear it.
Yeah, so I have a lot of insane ideas about this, but the reverse Mario Party tournament has been something that I've teased to my local friends for a long time, and everyone's been like, "You son of a bitch, I'm in."
Yeah, I'm down for that too.
I think if there was like a way to like rent a cabin for like a weekend and just get some hardcore motherfuckers that just want to drink, eat some junk food, and play or not play Mario Party, I think that's the way to go about it. All right, it's a 4-hour podcast.
Now, speaking of Mario Party, I think it's time for this party to end.
Yep, this is for nice little idea. 50-turn Mario Party is averaging about 3 to 4 hours. So imagine doing this whole podcast 4 hours and then losing, getting 3rd place by like maybe 20 coins because someone stole your coins like round 4.
Or the weird bonus star bullshit. That
bonus stars bonus stars are on. So like someone's getting fucked, and someone's getting fucked for about 20 hours.
You end up losing because someone got fucked just that much harder, so they got the pity star.
and I'm just like, I feel like there's a lot of tension and grievances in the air once you make it to round 4 or 5 of 50 turn Mario Party over and over again. I might have to turn it down because I feel like it's probably gonna last too long and someone's gonna give up on me. So maybe like 35 turns, but like I feel like if you're a hardcore motherfucker, you're doing 50 and you just go.
I think it'd be great because then you could even have the excuse of going through every Mario Party game. You start at 1 and we don't end.
And you have a hole in your fucking hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's tough. All right, well, that was Ruby. Shoutouts to Gore.
Oh yeah, pepperoni and cheese. I finally killed him. I made
You
it
need to
happen.
look at this fucking stream. Like, what the fuck did they fucking talk about? Big news week. Twitch.tv/Depunk. Go check out my Twitch. I'm gonna start streaming there more. How active? I don't know, but I'm hoping to stream a little bit more on there as time goes on for sure. Last half of the year, but yeah.
Yeah, and you can check out my YouTube channel where I do my other podcasts with the fiance, Pocket Trainwreck. I just put up the episode that we did on the Raid Redemption. That was a fun one. We have we're still getting caught up on the December episodes because we had COVID. But the Muppet Christmas Carol episode will be going up sometime this weekend, as well as our episode on What Remains of Edith Finch.
Hell yeah! Oh, I forgot to mention I had my students play Celeste this week.
Hell yeah! Talking about frustration and
Yeah. I'm probably gonna make them play Edith Finch probably too, so that'll be fun. All right, but yeah, fun. All right, stream out. Hey, Becky,
Hell yeah.
you stuck around for a while. God bless you.
Man's a saint. The
Man's a
keeper
saint.
of the lore.
All right, goodbye, stream.